social protection system that must always work for those who need it most. Today, I present to you, most importantly, the achievements of the Ministry of the People, Social Development and Family Services for the period May to December 2025. A period not only marked by delivery, but by repair, marked by reform and redirection of our social services framework. I want to touch a little bit on a system in which we inherited. And I want to start on that by acknowledging a reality that the public knows all too well. When our administration assumed office, the social services system was under strain. Backlogs were entrenched, processes were fragmented, interagency coordination was weak, and too often, the most vulnerable were made to wait the longest. Ministry and this administration did not inherit a clean slate. We inherited unfinished work, we inherited delayed payments, outdated eligibility tools, and fractured data systems. But instead of excuses, what we did, we chose to work on it and we chose action. I want to touch a little bit on social investment and direct support to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. At the heart of this ministry's mandate is the social investment portfolio. The programs that put food on tables, that repair homes, that restore dignity, and that provide stability to families. Between May and December 2025, the Ministry of the People, Social Development and Family Services delivered millions of dollars in direct social assistance, touching hundreds of thousands of lives across Trinidad and Tobago. Let me take you clearly, transparently, and responsibly through the following, because this is where the real impact lies. I want to touch a little bit on senior citizens' pension. Our senior citizens deserve certainty, respect, and timely support. And during the period under review, May to December 2025, $3,048,445,571.39 was expended on the senior citizens' pension, supporting 117,181 elderly citizens nationwide. But more importantly, we confronted a long-standing backlog. Through direct collaboration with the National Insurance Board of Trinidad and Tobago, we reduced the SCP backlog from over 2,300 cases to 175. And this is not rhetoric. And this is at that time when we entered office. As we speak now, that those numbers are down. The NIB office, I understand they are receiving weekly updates on this matter, so we are not faced with another situation of backlogs coming out of NIB. This is what you call reform Trinidad and Tobago. It means shorter wait times, faster approvals, and peace of mind for older persons who have already given a lifetime of service to our nation. I want to touch a little bit on food support program, because food security remains one of the most immediate pressures facing vulnerable households. Between May and December 2025, I want to share with our population that the food support program expended $60,700,720, serving 12,615 active clients of our country, with 274 new beneficiaries during that period, 274 new beneficiaries approved during that period. But we did not stop there. For the first time, the ministry implemented a structured, equitable expansion of temporary food card support through its members of parliament. What we did, we gave 60 food cards per MP for the Diwali season across all 41 constituencies. Not UNC, all 41 constituencies, valued at $550 each, totaling $1,353,000. Then, recognizing the added pressures of the festive season, what we did again? Christmas food support cards. Previously, MPs received 200 during the Christmas season. But this time around, under UNC administration, what we have done? Christmas food support cards were increased by 50 per MP, resulting in 250 food cards per member of parliament across all 41 constituencies. Trinidad and Tobago. A total expenditure of $5,637,500. This expansion was not political. What it was practical. MPs are often the first point of contact for families in crisis. This program empowered them to respond immediately and responsibly. I've had MPs from across the floor thanking us for giving this to them to help their constituents during festive periods. I want to move a little bit onto building inclusion, from policy to physical access. Beyond income support, the ministry is deliberately shifting from assistance alone to structural inclusion. In July 2025, a meeting was convened between the Ministry of the People's Social Development and Family Services and the Ministry of Housing, with one clear objective: to foster collaboration for the provision of accessible housing for persons with disabilities. This is not symbolic engagement. It is the foundation for design standards, policy alignment, and delivery mechanisms that will ensure persons with disabilities are no longer retrofitted into spaces, but designed into them from the start. What this initiative will do, it will move into active implementation during this fiscal year, and it represents a critical shift towards independent living, dignity, and I want a payment of grants. And I want to be paid late. Let me address a persistent and misleading narrative that social services grants are not being paid late by this ministry. This government, we are not paying social services grants late. I want to be very clear. January 2026 grants were processed and paid by the ministry by the 1st of January 2026. In fact, I had supermarkets sharing with me, MP, is this real? Minister, is this real? In my very own constituency, when you look at the checks, it's dated 1st January 2026. And then we hear that this government are not paying persons social services grant on time. We have been paying grants on time. We had one little issue with NIB previously, and I can tell you, on the instruction of our Prime Minister, I liaised with our Minister of Finance and I went to the NIB as a matter of emergency to deal with that issue, which was a machine breakdown. It took us time, but we worked assiduously to ensure that we got that part to get persons grant to them. And what we did, we communicated every activity with members of the public. I want to also share that any delays thereafter, meaning after the 1st of January 2026, that falls on outside of the ministry's control within financial institutions, etc., and in terms of their processing timelines. But what this government will not do, we will not allow misinformation to undermine public confidence in systems that are intact, working better than they have in years. I have also heard members of the opposition, in fact, the opposition leader, standing in the parliament saying that the PNM never paid grants late at all, and we have been paying grants late. That is untrue. We have paid our grants on time, and I want to invite members of the opposition to take a look back at Guardian Media and Express and look at how many apologies they had to give to members of the public for paying grants late. I want to move now to the NSDP, our National Social Development Program. The NSDP is where assistance becomes empowerment. During the review period, May 2025 to December 2025, 122 home repair grants were distributed, benefiting 403 household members at a cost of $1,807,000. These are investments in safe, dignified living conditions. I want to touch a little bit on disaster relief. Continuing with the National Social Development Program, NSDP, because it is important to address both performance and perception. Under this administration, several disaster relief grant backlogs under the NSDP were cleared. Processing times have been significantly reduced. Grants are now being approved and disbursed faster, particularly for households affected by natural disasters and emergencies. I want to also thank the media for bringing forward some of these cases to us, because several of them which were brought forward by the media, we have dealt with them already. Between May and December 2025, 789 disaster relief assistance grants were distributed, benefiting 2,573 household members at a cost of $4,954,988.36. This is improvement. This is improvement for our citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. And this improvement is the result of streamlined internal workflows, stronger verification processes, and improved inter-unit coordination. Disaster victims, we have been saying this to them throughout Trinidad over the last 8 months or so when we meet with them, that they should not be forced into secondary hardship by delays. That era is over. And people are embracing, they are happy about this everywhere we go in Trinidad. I want to touch a little bit on the SEED program. Through the SEED program, 66 micro business grants were distributed. So when you hear there are not opportunities for all, we have given 66 micro business grants throughout this country, benefiting 223 household members. A total investment of $872,337.14. This is how we break cycles of dependency, by supporting enterprise, not just survival. So as you're hearing, we are not just giving grants, household repairs, etc. We are giving grants for persons to build themselves, build their businesses, build their families, and build their communities. I want to touch a little bit on the standard means test, the SMT, which before we came into office, people said to us that the means test is one that is mean. I want to touch a little bit on that this morning. One of the most critical reforms on the way under this government is the review of the SMT, the standard means test. Let me share early today that the SMT review is actively in process. We are continuously asking the committee dealing with this for updates. Findings and recommendations are expected shortly, and these will be taken to the cabinet to deliberate on, and of course the population can expect something out of this. What this revision will do, this review will modernize assessments, improve fairness across the board, and ensure assistance reaches those who genuinely qualify based on current socio-economic realities, not outdated formulas. So persons who are asking about the SMT, you can look forward to this coming to you. I know we have been telling people we are reviewing it, hold a little bit. We are continuously asking for updates, and this will be before the cabinet because the Prime Minister is very serious about this SMT review. I want to touch a little bit now on child poverty, data-driven action. The ministry is not guessing its way through poverty reduction. When I entered the ministry, we were working on a national poverty reduction strategy. But we can't move to that if we do not deal with the multidimensional child poverty study. And through this study, stakeholder meetings were conducted both in Trinidad and Tobago. What we've been doing, we've been working with stakeholders across the board to examine the findings and recommendations of the study and to identify service delivery gaps, and to also strengthen coordination across agencies responsible for children and responsible for families. These engagements are shaping targeted interventions, not blanket responses, ensuring that child poverty is addressed holistically, not narrowly. I now move to period poverty, an initiative which was announced by our government in the budget presentation. This initiative will specifically be investing in our girls and women of this country. No girl should miss school. No girl should miss school because she cannot afford sanitary products. And from my discussions with civil society, this is happening within our nation. No woman should face shame because of biology. What the ministry is doing, we are working in collaboration with the Ministry of Finance in advancing a women's health fund, seeded with $5 million as approved to address period poverty nationwide. This includes free menstrual product distribution in schools, education on menstrual health and hygiene, targeting rural and low-income communities. This is gender equity in action, not rhetoric. So again, Trinidad and Tobago, we can look forward to that. We are working on this. This matter is currently before the cabinet and we will be deliberating on it shortly. So our young girls can look forward to something. Civil society and NGOs, you can also look forward to something, because we have been also consulting with civil society, NGOs, and the Education Ministry on this. Clearing of backlogs, NIB and immigration coordination. I want to share with Trinidad and Tobago that we recognize early that social protection does not exist in silos. That is why we initiated direct dialogue with NIBTT and immigration to address systematic backlogs affecting beneficiaries. I want to share with members of the public today that we acknowledge that several citizens who would have applied for social services grants have been messaging, commenting. They have been waiting 2 years. They applied for pension, no officer in some instances. They've applied for their grant, no visit from an officer. We acknowledge that. And we know that this is an issue, but it was not an issue created by us. But as I said in the beginning, we will not approach things with excuses. We will approach it with action, and that is what we have been doing. A formal mechanism is being developed. So those of you who are waiting, just give me a little time. A formal mechanism is being developed to deal with this as quickly as possible, to streamline verification, approvals, and data sharing. You will breathe a sigh of relief shortly. I cannot understand, we cannot understand how some of these offices, most of these offices, social services centers, have been left to deteriorate like this, with some areas, persons who applied will know, some areas being left without an officer. for years. And persons have applied just waiting there for a visit or deliberation on their files. So we are working to fix this system. It will be fixed. We are reading your comments. We are listening to you. Most of our MP offices are facing this issue at this point in time. I want to also share today about an inclusive sporting future. In September 2025, our cabinet approved the design and construction of an inclusive sporting arena to complement and expand the services of the National Therapeutic and Resource Center for Persons with Disabilities at Carsonfield, Chaguanas. This facility will not be an afterthought. It will be purpose-built, designed to support physical rehabilitation, adaptive sports, therapeutic reaction, and inclusive community engagement. And I'm sure a lot of citizens would agree with me, because if we look throughout our country and we look for a sporting arena for persons with disabilities, you don't see any of that. So we have taken up this challenge and mandate, and we will deliver to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. What we will do during fiscal 26 is collaborate with multiple technical and sectoral partners to advance design and construction. I want to touch a little bit on the NTRC, the National Therapeutic and Resource Center, which I see was opened in April of last year, and nothing was taking place there. I am pleased today to report that the NTRC for persons with disabilities has officially commenced preliminary operations in December 2025 with the Ministry of Health. We will be working with our counterparts at the Ministry of Health to ensure that the staffing, equipment, calibration, and interagency referral protocols are finalized to ensure safe, high-quality care as the doors to this much-awaited facility are opened to the deserving clients. We will be also visiting there on Wednesday of this week to ensure that all are up and running, myself and the Minister of Health and our teams. This marks a significant milestone, Trinidad and Tobago. From February 2026, the center will begin the delivery of assessment services, providing structured multidisciplinary evaluations to better guide interventions, referrals, and long-term support planning. This NTRC represents a national anchor for disability services, bringing together therapy, assessment, coordination, and innovation under one roof. This is a proud moment for us, and this is a proud moment for those who have been advocating for persons with disabilities. Ladies and gentlemen, members of the media, this report is not an endpoint today. It is a reset towards responsiveness, towards accountability, and towards human dignity. We are building a social services system that is faster, fairer, more transparent, and more humane. We will not expend a set of monies, and the people are not feeling value for money in this country. We are doing so, and we are doing so without leaving anyone behind. I thank you for listening, and I look forward to the rest of this press conference.
Thank you, Minister Mohit. That was an incredible amount of work you've been doing, repairs you have had to do with a broken system, and not enough people know about the tremendous work that has been done already, and we thank you for informing us and letting us know what you will be doing in the months ahead. So thanks for that. Next up, we have the Minister of Labor, Small and Micro Enterprise Development, the Honorable Leroy Batiste, to talk about the workers.
Good morning to the media. Right. Good morning to the population. I'm in a celebratory mood because this morning, I have, I think, some good news as it relates to the circumstances of workers in this country. As we all know by now, this government would have met a financially dire state of affairs, and there are those who probably would have formed the view that given the dire financial state of affairs in this country, that this government would have by now surrendered and would have said that, hey, those promises made cannot be kept. Sometimes you get the impression that there are those just waiting for us to surrender based on the dire financial state of affairs that as a government we would have met when we came into governance of this country. Yes, the treasury was all but empty. Notwithstanding that, this government has been steadfast in respect to its workers' agenda. We all know by now, among the promises that would have been made and the promises kept, including among them the rejection of the 4%, including among them the offering of the 10%, including among them bringing an end to TTRA, including among them the restoration of collective bargaining to resolve negotiation, including among them the preservation of cost of living allowance in the negotiating framework. And colleagues, members of the public, those things would have impacted thousands of lives and improved the standard of living of thousands of workers and will continue to standard of living for thousands of workers. This morning, to add to that, there's a particular commitment that has been made by this government that we have, in fact, been working on. That is the modernization of labor legislation. I say I'm in a celebratory mood because I'm happy to announce that the government has approved the amendment of 2 pieces of legislation that will, in no uncertain terms, impact favorably the lives of our workers. Namely, 1, the Maternity Protection Act, number 4 of 1998, and 2, the Retrenchment and Severance Benefit Act, number 32 of 1985. I start with the Maternities Protection Act. The government would have recognized certain gaps, lacunas in the act, and by way of policy would have agreed to amend the pieces of legislation to address those gaps. I assure you these right now, Cabinet has approved, and it's now before the Attorneys General to draft the amendments to the legislation. What are the gaps we are talking about? In respect to the Maternity Protection Act, finally, that act will now treat with an issue that has bothered the workforce and workers over the years, the issue of paternity leave. Paternity leave, the right of fathers, biological fathers, and adoptive parents to leave when we have a situation of a mother delivering a baby. That, colleagues, will be addressed. And I want to stress, not just the biological fathers, but also for adoptive parents. Yes? Moreover, it will also apply for when, God forbid, a mother dies, that fathers or guardians of that child could access parental leave. So that's one of the fundamental gaps that the Maternity Protection Amendment Act will address. We also have, for the very first time in statute, it will include breastfeeding breaks. Lactating mothers will be statutorily protected for time spent on breastfeeding or the expression of breast milk. And they will be allocated time to do so. And let me add, time with pay. So they will not be penalized in that treating with the issue of breastfeeding. This amendments will also include anti-discrimination. And that is to say, the legislation will introduce explicit provisions prohibiting termination, demotion, reduced pay, or loss of opportunities due to pregnancy, maternity, paternity, parental leave, or breastfeeding breaks. And it will prohibit pregnancy testing for job applicants or employees. Moreover, it will treat with a guarantee to the same job with same pay, same job opportunities, terms and conditions after maternity, paternity, or parental leave. And above all else, if at all there is any kind of discrimination, it places the burden of proof on the employer where a worker would bring a discrimination case against any employer. And it will also seek to introduce appropriate fines to be made by the industrial court if employers breach this section. The maternity protection amendments will also seek to treat with, for the very first time, looking at the rights and making it explicit that it applies also for persons employed on contract. So the person employed on contract guarantee their job, and that cannot be a basis for being not re-employed. Another one of the gaps that it would in fact address, it will create a provision that allow any such matters that it will be fast-tracked in the industrial court so that we will not have a situation where prolonged period to have redress where there's an aggrieved employee resulting from their rights being violated. Above all else, and this one is important, above all else, We penalize right now women, and by saying to them they could only apply for maternity benefits once in every 24 months. That will be no more. The view is that that section of the Maternities Protection Act is contrary to the general rules and intent and purpose of the act, as a woman is penalized for becoming pregnant twice in 1 year. That we disagree with. Therefore, it is not for us to get involved in that. The Maternity Protection Act will be for whenever there is a pregnancy, that they are entitled to the protection. So that act will in fact make a serious impact upon not only our women folk, but our fathers, our adoptive parents. What the government is seeking to do is to modernize and to have this act align with what is understood to be the contemporary practice around the world, and also the ILO Convention in respect to maternity leave and maternity protection leave. We are also dealing with the next piece of legislation is the Retrenchment and Severance Benefit Act, number 32, again, of 1985. This act again impacts workers in a very significant way. And the government has taken the decision to treat with the gaps that have been exploited by employers to the disadvantage of workers. Among the gaps identified would have been the definition of redundancy. Redundancy is deemed to be essentially surplus labor only. And therefore, an employer could have easily avoided any obligation to workers by, if they insolvency, if they discontinue operations, if they close their doors, any number of these type of activities would have rendered the worker without any recourse under the Retrenchment and Severance Benefit Act. That definition will be redefined to include insolvency, to include receivership, and a number of other reasons why you might have some discontinuation of operations. And notwithstanding the discontinuation, the worker will in fact have the rights for severance benefit, Retrenchment and Severance Benefit Act. Moreover, the government is, again, committed to the establishment of what we call a guarantee severance benefit fund, which allows for that the employer to be, from day one, when you have an employee, to treat with the issue of, if it comes to separating that employee, that there is a fund set aside for such a worker. And therefore, the establishment of a guaranteed severance benefit fund aligned with ILO Convention 173 is one of the things that will be addressed with the amendment to the Retrenchment and Severance Benefit Act. Another gap in the current legislation is, as people probably are aware of, you have to be 5 workers or more before you even become eligible for the RSBA to have any kind of significance to the worker. So an employer simply could have sent home 4 workers at a time and avoided any obligation under the RSBA. that gap will be closed. In other words, if you are sending home one worker, the terms of the RSBA applies to you. The procedure applies to the worker, and therefore it allows that any worker being retrenched at all, that they are entitled to benefits under the RSBA. A next interesting lacuna in the law that has been exploited by employers would have been the issue of layoff, what they call temporary layoff. Therefore, rather than retrench a worker, you could have simply subject the worker to temporary layoff for however long you choose. And before long, the worker will have to find something else to do. And it sounds like the worker left their job rather than the worker being retrenched. That, again, is one of the gaps in the legislation that would have been exploited to the disadvantage of workers. This amendment in the RSBA will seek to close that gap. It will, in fact, make that even a temporary layoff will be subject to a procedure, and it will also seek to create an entitlement under the RSBA once the temporary layoff is in excess of 90 days. In other words, the worker could say, hey, this looks like I'm effectively retrenched, and therefore seek benefits under the RSBA. Last but not least, this would seek to modernize the compensation under the RSBA. I would have alluded to the RSBA being an act in 1985, and therefore the compensation would have been set in 1985. We are talking about 40 plus years ago. And therefore the compensation there, needless to say, is completely outdated as ever. And the compensation will, in fact, be reviewed and more consistent with something that is relatable given the circumstances that we face ourselves in terms of economic circumstances 40 years thereafter. So that will, in fact, represent an improvement in the benefits that workers will be entitled to if they are retrenched under the RSBA. Again, just to give you an example, right now, if you are less than 1 year and 3 to 5 years, you would be entitled to 2 weeks pay, and anything 5 years and more, 3 weeks pay per year. The revision contemplates a total revamping of those compensation where, and I want to be clear, this it's been addressed at the Attorney General office, but what we are contemplating is 1 to 5 years, you could start at 3 weeks per year, and 5 years or more, 4 weeks for every year service. Yes? So with that, these two pieces of legislation we believe would be absolutely impactful on workers' life. Again, the Maternity and Protection Benefit Act impacts not just our women who happen to be employees, it impacts every single employee, where a child will come into their being, that they're entitled to both paternal leave, they're entitled to adoptive parent leave, parental leave, and retrenchment, that people are treated fairly. If at all a person would find themselves in that difficult situation where they are no longer employed, that they're entitled to benefits. And they're just simply not one day with a job and next day without. And nothing for such persons in the context of taking care of themselves and their families. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister, the Honorable Leroy Batiste. That is really an incredible array of legislation that you've already implemented and plan to implement. I see you have a workers' agenda there with the 20 items. I think it would be good for for you to show the media all the items that we've already done when you come up for questions. Because right now we are opening the floor to the media for questions to both Ministers Mohit and Batiste. So I would invite both ministers to come to the podium to take questions.
All right.
Do we have any questions from the media? All right, if you could please announce your name and media house.
Good morning, Ministers Jesse Ramdev, CNC3 News. Minister Mohit, I know based on your articulation, you indicated that millions would have been spent on the delivery of social services for a particular period ending 2025. Do you have the exact number and perhaps the amount of persons who would have benefited from that, those deliverables?
Thank you very much, Jesse. I would have given it division or unit by unit, because for me to give you a total number, that would be difficult. That's why I did it unit by unit. So you'll understand based on the NSDP or the senior citizens pension, you would have gotten a total number and the total amount spent.
There are some in society who are arguing that, perhaps given what they're claiming to be, a rising cost in living, that some sort of consideration be given to, increasing the value of public assistance grants. Is that maybe a consideration? Is that something that government may factor at any point in time?
I can't state that just yet because it's a process, it's work in progress. As I indicated this morning, we are working on the SMT, which is the standard means test, which is a key pillar in all of these matters. But as it relates to increases at this time, I can't give a deliberation on that because we are still early in terms of the works being done and the assessment of the current situation, economic situation, as well as standard of living.
If I may just ask you to switch perhaps your ministerial cap to put on your MP cap now. There was an incident involving an elderly woman, Miss Suknanan, who was found decomposing at her home. What would be your message to persons in the area, and perhaps encourage them to take a more active role in looking out for others?
Of course, thank you for that question. What I have said early in the game on behalf of this government is that we will not at all tolerate any type of elderly abuse, etc. I don't know the details of this matter just yet, so I can't state or align anything as it relates to this particular case. But my message, of course, is for everyone to work towards protecting our senior citizens. Early in the game, we said we will not tolerate any form of elderly abuse, and we are about protecting our senior citizens.
In this particular incident, has your ministry made any intervention to perhaps reach out to the other relatives who were involved in the home?
Well, at this time, it's a police matter. So what we usually do is we have laser happening, and then we'll send out the division of aging should the need be. But at this time, we have not sent out anyone as yet.
Good morning, Rhonda Dowlat, Penpoint Solutions Limited. This question is directed to Minister Mohit. With regards to people who have applied for their pensions, you mentioned something about it's not your fault that these applications are not being processed, but can you give statistics, if any, pertaining to how many officers were absent in respective officers in the past and how many applications are outstanding.
What I can assure you is we've been collating that in terms of the outstanding cases, and it's a couple thousands. I will give the final figure in the coming week when we are rolling out the measure which was explained earlier. I can tell you, I don't have the exact figure with me now, but I do have it. And it's across the board. It's at every office. But we will fix it. As I said, it's something that we inherited, but we are not going to give excuses on it. We are going to give solutions to ensure that the vulnerable population is taken care of.
Yeah, we do have. Morning, Michael Kerr, TTT. Minister Mohit, you mentioned, of course, about the financial constraints. Can you give us an idea of what programs may have been hit directly due to this economic situation?
I have to apologize. I didn't hear you so clearly.
I know that you mentioned before about the financial constraints. Can you tell us what programs have directly been hit due to the fact of the economic situation?
What we have done as a government, we have maintained all of our grants. Yes, we have challenges. We work around and within those, but we have not cut any grants. I can assure you of that. We have not cut any grants, and none of our departments have been hit. Our government, we have worked very hard to ensure that we maintain our social support for our citizens.
Minister Batiste, you would have spoken about the Retention and Severance Benefit Act and articulated a number of points regarding that. But I'd also like to get perhaps your position, on the recent decision taken by executives and management to close Newsday, and workers there will be on the red line, of course. Just perhaps your thoughts on that as well.
Well, I don't know how much it's cast in concrete, but assuming it's cast in concrete, of course, my heart goes out to anyone who would have lost a job or is intended to facing the breadline. And the one thing that we want to ensure is if something like that happens, that we offer maximum a cushion that allows them to transition into some other gainful employment. And hence, the Retrenchment and Severance Benefit Act and the need to treat that with some level of urgency, because the compensation is outdated. The procedure leaves a lot of persons unrepresented if they are faced with being on the breadline. That is what the intent there, to treat with that and to close that gap, that people can get the maximum level of support if they are faced with being without a job. Well, it's right now in the AG's office, and we expect that he operates pretty quickly. I think in the last 8 months, there are a number of matters that I think over 13 pieces of legislation would have been passed, and therefore number 14 is coming up very soon. So it will be in the Parliament sooner rather than later. Yes.
Minister Batiste, Rondo Daulat. In terms of I think there was a mention.
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio, WZYE 95.9 FM.
I assure you, it may slow us down, but it will not stop us from achieving what we have set out here as deliverables on behalf of the workers and the people of Trinidad and Tobago. But there are a number of them. It's about 20 commitments given thus far, and this is what we call the workers' agenda, with about 20 distinct items that, in fact, guides the government in respect to the decisions taken at cabinet. And so that you know how much it impacts us, let me just read a couple, and you would say, yes, it was done. For example, the UNC rejects the unjust 4%, 5% imposed on state sector workers and commits to engage in free and fair collective bargaining process through the office of the CPO. We know now that was done, that we kept promises made, promises kept. The UNC rejected the 4%. That the UNC is committed to amending the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority legislation. Yes, that promises made, promises kept. That the UNC would act urgently to use free and fair collective bargaining process to resolve settlement of negotiations. You see, again, it wasn't a matter of an offer and you take it or leave it. It was that back around the negotiating tables is where things are settled and where things are going to be settled in the future. A big one, the UNC is committed to preserving the cost of living allowance for workers where it presently exists. Again, promises made, promises kept. That would have been achieved. There are a number of other things that are in process, among them being the UNC will modernize all labor legislation that we are in the process. We have, in fact, met with the unions continuously. We have been meeting with the union representative bodies, JTAM and NATUC, and the ECA, the Employer Consultative Association, and engaging in the review of all the legislation. One of the promises that stood out, because it took a particular significance, would have been an agreement. The UNC commits to the holistic review and modernization of the Industrial Relations Act. That is a work very soon. You would be here, it been announced as going to, it's before the cabinet. Let me just say going. It's before the cabinet. It's been reviewed by cabinet. And therefore, very soon, that will be coming up for amendment and in the possession of the parliament. So we are, and in fact, the UNC is committed to creating a living wage. We have full review of that. That is, again, a process that will be soon before the cabinet. And each and every one's, how much I counted there? I know how much I read it, but a significant amount of achievement thus far. Please know that we are only 8 months into governance. Yes? And we intend to keep each and every one of our promises. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Minister. Both Minister Batiste and Minister Mohit. I'd also like to thank the members of the media for their questions and viewers from Trinidad and Tobago, the region, America, Canada, Ghana, Nigeria, India, all around the world and further afield. Thank you very much for tuning in. Your UNC government continues to work for you to ensure that everybody wins. Thank you very much and have a great Sunday.
When UNC wins, everybody wins. When UNC wins, Trinbago wins. Trinbago wins. Everybody wins. Everybody wins. Tell your neighbor, tell your friend, now is the time to rise and shine. Tell your mother, tell your father, now is the time to decide. If you want leaders who can build, place your ex by the rising sun. If you want leaders who can lead properly, place your ex by the rising sun. On election day, vote UNC. your neighbor, tell your friend, now is the time to rise and shine. Tell your mother, tell your father, now is the time to decide. If you want leaders who can restore hope, place your ex by the rising sun. If you want leaders who lead with love, place your ex by the rising sun. On election day, vote UNC. One love, one team, one hope, one dream. On election day, vote UNC. One love, one team, one hope, one dream. When UNC wins, everybody wins. When UNC wins, Trinbago wins, Trinbago wins. Everybody wins, everybody wins. Vote for peace, vote for love, vote for hope, vote for change. When UNC wins, everybody wins. When UNC wins, Trinbago wins, Trinbago wins. Everybody wins, everybody wins. On election day, vote UNC. One love, one team, one hope, one dream. On election day, vote UNC. One love, one team, one hope, one dream.
No more red, no more rain, no more red, no more rain, no left foot, right foot again. No more struggle, no more strain, no more pain. We want to see we way, we want a brighter day. No more Rowley again. Bye bye Rowley, bye bye, bye bye Rowley, bye bye. We're not voting for you. We tired of the bloodshed, tired of the taxes, tired of the potholes and all the excuses. Tired of no water, tired of stretching at the law, tired of the high grocery bills. No left foot, right foot again. No more struggle, no more strain, no more pain. We want to see we way, we want a brighter day. No more Rowley again. Bye bye Rowley, bye bye, bye bye Rowley, bye bye. We're not voting for you. We tired of the bloodshed, tired of the taxes, tired of the potholes and all the excuses. Tired of no water, tired of stretching a dollar, tired of the high grocery bills. No left foot, right foot again. No more struggle, no more strain, no more pain. We want to see we way, we want a brighter day. No more Rowley again. Bye bye Rowley, bye bye, bye bye Rowley, bye bye. We're not voting for you. No more red, no more rain, no more red, no more rain, no more red, no more rain, no more red, no more rain. No left foot, right foot again. No more struggle, no more strain, no more pain. We want to see we way, we want a brighter day. No more Rowley again. Bye bye Rowley, bye bye, bye bye Rowley, bye bye. We're not voting for you. Bye bye Rowley, bye bye, bye bye Rowley, bye bye. We're not voting for you.
The UNC built 106 schools, gave thousands of free laptops, textbooks, and scholarships. We expanded GATE and skills training, constructed the Debe UWI campus, the Nursing Academy, the Aviation campus, the Drilling Academy, and the Couva Children's Hospital. We created the Children's Life Fund, the Children's Authority, and over 55,000 new jobs. Vote for a leader who loves you and your children. Vote UNC.
We stand united in the belief that if you empower a community, the community empowers the country.
We are the party that gave every child a secondary school education since 2001.
By building more schools in 11 years than others did in 40. We believe that no child,
rich or poor, should be left behind.
Which is why we give every Form 1 student a laptop to expand their minds and their dreams.
We are the party that put police cars back on the streets
and gave the police a $1,000 bonus because we believe that we should support the persons who are protecting you.
We are the party that reduced the murder rate to its lowest in 14 years. We expanded GATE, stopped the property tax, and increased maternity leave.
We are the party that invested in you and your community by investing in schools, community centers, lighted parks, 24-hour health centers, and the most extensive road repair program in decades.
We believe that education is always the solution and that no one should have to pick between sending their child to school or buying food.
We are the party that works for you. We are the first responders in every situation, working to deliver a better standard of living for you and your family.
And most importantly, we have confidence in you, the people of Trinidad and Tobago. This is not a campaign, it's a movement based on building communities and strengthening families.
Come out and join us, and together we will get the nation working and moving again. Our children will once again have access to GATE and technology.
We will improve healthcare
by cutting the time it takes to see a doctor in an emergency. We will establish a senior citizen unit in every major hospital and staff the hospital with the doctors and nurses you need to create a first-class healthcare system. We will focus on creating high-paying jobs, fixing our laws to remove red tape, and ensuring that you and your family are safer. We will reduce corporate taxes to jumpstart the economy, create a special investment zone along the East-West corridor, and work with entrepreneurs to build a digital economy. This is an investment in your community to move the nation forward and get TNT working again.
Whether you are from 4th Street in Barataria to Railway Road in Dow Village, from Green Street in Tunapuna to Clark Road in Dibay, from La Hokita to Maruga, from Mayaro to Scarborough, we are one people with the same dreams of a better tomorrow. And when we stand together, we win together. We are UNC and proud.
This election is about putting people in office who will seek your interest. It isn't about power or titles. It's about people who will get the job done. The UNC has never wavered in fighting the good fight for the dream that is Trinidad and Tobago. Because after all the noise and the smoke has cleared, in your quiet moments, you want what's best for yourself, your family, and your country.
When we win, everybody wins.
Yes. Let me say a special hello to all the WZY 95.9 FM listeners. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, it's Sunday Talk. Let's talk politics with Uncle Tommy, Professor Wall Street, COP, and you on WZY 95.9 FM. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, you know the deal. We come to you every Sunday from 1 to 4 p.m. That's every Sunday from 1 to 4 p.m. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, as soon as you join us, do your WZYE civic duty, share the live, WZYE 95.9 FM on Facebook. Subscribe, WZYE TV and YouTube. And you can reach us here at 973-868-1444. That's 973-868-1444. You can also reach us at 973-609-6509. That's 973-609-6509. And don't forget, folks, as soon as you join us, share the live, subscribe. And this is how we start the thing.
Welcome to WZYE TV 95.9 FM. We come to you every Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday from 7 to 10 p.m. And on Sunday from 1 to 4 p.m. on Let's Talk Politics. Like, share and subscribe to keep up to date with reality affecting your life, and as we always say, we bring the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
You're tuned to WZYE, the heartbeat of unfiltered truth. We're more than a station, we're a movement, grounded in facts, driven by integrity, committed to progress. We don't chase headlines, we create them. Decoding politics and current affairs to question power, not cozy up to it. From Laventille to Scarborough, whether you're in your living room or your commute, this is where perspectives collide, divides dissolve, and tomorrow's conversations start today. WZYE, we originate, not imitate.
To our cherished listeners, partners, and the entire WZYE family, we extend our deepest gratitude for your unwavering support throughout our journey. Special recognition goes to key pillars of our community, Mr. Wall Street, Uncle Tommy, and Mr. COPs whose vision and dedication helped transform a humble beginning of just 5 listeners into the influential voice we are today. At WZYE 95.9 FM, we don't merely broadcast, we pioneer. We are committed to delivering the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Our promise remains clear. We originate. We do not imitate. More than a radio station, we are a movement. We are a community united by shared values. And above all, we are a family bound by integrity, purpose, and a relentless drive to uplift. Reaching 20,000 subscribers is a testament to your trust. We pledge to honor it by continuing to challenge the status quo, amplify authentic voices, and serve the people with courage and conviction. As we move forward, we ask you to hold fast to what matters. Stand for something. Keep the fire of passion alive in your hearts. May God continue to bless you and your families. Together, we rise. The WZYE 95.9 FM family, where truth ignites community.
Keep me as the apple of thine eye. Hide me under the shadow of thy wing. O Lord, my Savior. It's so hard to deal with personal struggle. So sad when you feel alone in your trouble. It's real hard when you want to talk to a brother. It's so bad because of how some look at you after. So Jesus, come and be while you fix it. Come and be while you fix it. Come and be while you fix it. Jesus, cover me. Come and be while you fix it. Come and be while you fix it. Come and be while you fix it. Jesus, cover me. Cover my head. Satan want me dead. Cover my back from human attack. So Jesus, cover me while you fix it. Cover me while you fix it. Jesus, cover me while you fix it. Jesus, cover me. People see you smile, but don't know the hurt that you're feeling. Even as God's child, at times your heart does be bleeding. Where can you go when you're really looking for healing? Who know how to flow when your soul needs some restoring? So Jesus, cover me while you fix it. Cover me while you fix it. Cover me while you fix it. Jesus, cover me. Cover me while you fix it. Cover me while you fix it. Cover me while you fix it. Jesus, cover me. Cover me home from evils unknown. Cover my feet so I'll never retreat. Oh Lord, cover me while you fix it. Cover me while you fix it. Cover me while you fix it. Jesus, cover me. Cover my brother. Cover my sister. Them who under pressure. Cover the preacher, every church worker, the young believer. Cover the worship leader and intercessor, every gospel minister. Cover. Jesus alone is the one who has the real answer. The one on the throne is the true and loving Father. He's a fixer. Cover me while you fix it. Cover me while you fix it. Jesus, cover me while you fix it. Jesus, cover me. Cover me while you fix it. Cover me while you fix it. Jesus, cover me while you fix it. Jesus, cover me. Cover me, man. You know the struggle sometimes. Cover me out. That the wrong thing wouldn't come out. Oh, Lord. Cover me while you fix it. Cover me while you fix it. Cover me while you fix it. Jesus, cover me. Cover the Christian in the midst of aggression with the power of your right hand. Jesus, cover, cover, cover them helpless children. Jesus, defend them. Send help from heaven. Jesus, cover, cover, cover all them radio stations that blessing the nation. Grant divine protection. Jesus, cover, 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 cover me, cover me, cover me.
Truer words were never spoken. The less you associate with some people, the more your life will improve. Anytime you tolerate mediocrity in others, it increases your mediocrity. An important attribute in successful people is their impatience with negative thinking and negative acting people. As you grow, your associates will change. Some of your friends will not want you to go on. They will want you to stay where they are. Friends that don't help you climb will want you to crawl. Your friends will stretch your vision or choke your dream. Those that don't increase you will eventually decrease you. Consider this. Never receive counsel from unproductive people. Never discuss your problems with someone incapable of contributing to the solution, because those who never succeed themselves are always first to tell you how. Not everyone has a right to speak into your life. You are certain to get the worst of the bargain when you exchange ideas with the wrong person. Don't follow anyone who's not going anywhere. With some people you spend an evening. With others, you invest it. Be careful where you stop to inquire for directions along the road of life. Wise is the person who fortifies his life with the right friendships. If you run with wolves, you will learn how to howl. But if you associate with eagles, you will learn how to soar to great heights. A mirror reflects a man's face, but what he is really like is shown by the kind of friends he chooses. The simple but true fact of life is that you become like those with whom you closely associate, for the good and the bad. Note, be not mistaken. This is applicable to family as well as friends. Yes, do love, appreciate, and be thankful for your family, for they will always be your family, no matter what. Just know that they are human first, and though they are family to you, they may be a friend to someone else and will fit somewhere in the criteria above. In prosperity, our friends know us. In adversity, we know our friends. Never make someone a priority when you are only an option for them. If you are going to achieve excellence in big things, you develop the habit in little matters. Excellence is not an exception. It is a prevailing attitude.
Fire! 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 Fire!
Welcome back. It's Sunday Talk. Let's talk politics with Uncle Tommy, Professor Wall Street, COPNU, on WZYE 95.9 FM. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, we come to you every Sunday from 1 to 4 p.m. That's every Sunday from 1 to 4 p.m. As you know, we got a little early start here after the press conference. So I just decided, you know what? I'm just going to stay here and hang out until, COP and Tommy join us at approximately 1 p.m. And we also have a guest. We'll have Dr. Shane Mohammed joining us. He's going to talk about some politics in Tobago, the TPP versus the PNM, and see, how that will go. So, of course, if you listen to the press conference, what you can do, you can give us a call. Give us a call on Give us your opinion on what you think about the press conference. You know, I already see some different comments there in the chat. Let me see if I could get. Anyway, before we do that, let me say who was first in the chat today. It was no other than when you all see me looking down like that, is my phone going off, eh? Yeah. Caribbean Soul was in first. Good afternoon, WZY TV and listeners. Caribbean Soul starts another streak. Caribbean Soul was in second. Good morning. And Caribbean Soul was in third as well. So Caribbean Soul started his own streak where he came first, second, and third. Oh God, Ulrich. All right. So I said I would take the course, but Ulrich, Ulrich. Oh God, Ulrich. Sunday boy. All right. Let me hear what Ulrich had to say. Let me warm up the boo, eh? Let me warm up the boo. And folks, don't forget coming up in another hour will be
Fraud. Coming up next, fraud of the week.
Don't forget, we have fraud of the week this Sunday, you know. We have fraud of the week. So Ulrich, I don't know, Ulrich. I am not trying to say anything, but every Sunday we just have fraud of the week.
Fraud. Coming up next, fraud of the week.
So Ulrich, you already won a title on Thursday. I don't know if you want to. Anyway, I'm not trying to influence nobody now. Let me listen to what Ulrich. Oh, you deleted the message already. You see? He ain't sure, you know. He deleted. Ulrich, you're exposing yourself, bro. You're exposing yourself. Yeah. You're exposing yourself, Ulrich. You are. So, folks, yes, we had Caribbean Soul first, second, and third. Yeah, all right. Let me try this one over, folks. Let me see this one. All right, hold on. All right, here we go.
Hi, Anslim. Happy Sunday to you. Until Tommy and COP coming, I could reserve that one for them. But happy Sunday to you, Anslim. That press conference it had there was a sham. That was a UNC press conference talking to the bobblehead supporters. And the journalists that they had there is also bobblehead supporters at the UNC too. And you notice they didn't take much question. You see? Anyway, and you see that that editorial they play with the man talking there is UNC he talking to. UNC should have that as a matter of fact, not them now. I have that right now as my national anthem for UNC.
Fraud. Coming up next, fraud of the week.
All right, Ulrich. You see, you get to make your contribution. Yeah. You get to make your contribution. But folks, after the top of the hour, we will have Dr. Shane, political scientist, Dr. Shane Mohammed joining us. And we'll be able to get into fraud of the week. Yeah? And I see COP join us early. Let me bring COP. I see COP join us early. COP.
Good evening to you, Professor Wall Street.
Yeah, go ahead. I got to take this call off here real quick. All right? I got to take this call off here real quick. Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Good afternoon, Trinidad and Tobago. Good afternoon to you, Professor Wall Street and Uncle Tommy and all the listeners and the chat. Good afternoon. We will have a good Sunday program in the village to all the families and friends in the village. We'll have a good afternoon. So what's going on there, Professor Wall Street?
Everything is fantabulous, splendiferous, tremendous, and marvelous. But you know, it is kind of sad when you have people like Ulrich, the Leaning Tower of Pizza, Maury.
Yeah. How would you be recognized today as fraud of the week?
Yeah. Today.
How would you be recognized that?
Yeah, he recognized that. He recognized that because you know he won the title last week for
Johnson's move of the week.
So, folks, I think it appears now, instead of people going for a hat trick to be the first in the village, it appears that Ulrich is going for a hat trick with Ulrich going for a hat trick with either Duncy's move of the week or fraud of the week. Ulrich going for a hat trick.
He want to be a hat trick caller of the week. He don't want to be a caller of the week. Boy,
No,
I
you don't
tell
want
you.
to be that.
I
You don't
tell
want to
you.
be the first one in the village.
No.
You understand? He
No.
don't want that. He
Yeah.
want to be. This is what Ulrich wants to be a hat trick to be. And I'm not trying. Go ahead.
And what he criticizing over there, he hearing the minister speaking about is hundreds of people they are assisting and helping.
Yeah.
And he condemning that. He condemning all the backlog NIS and thing. They making attempts to pay out all them things. He condemning all them things and he says that's sham.
Yeah. Yeah. But you see, part of the problem is that Ulrich decided that he was going to pull out his left rear ear plugs, but he didn't pull it all the way out. He just pulled it halfway out.
I agree.
You understand?
Yeah, I agree.
He pull it out, and then all of a sudden he push it back in. They never a song say push it in, pull it out. If I calypso like that.
Yeah, but the MP for the beat up now over there, Skeet Scotland have a next song, Slack In, Slack Out.
Well, I wonder if Ulrich could put that song on pan.
Your young say you don't want that, you don't want no part to do with that Slack In, Slack Out.
Yeah. Ulrich, you could play that song on them condensed milk pan they used to play. You could play that on them. Yeah, boy. Ulrich, you should be ashamed of yourself.
Yeah.
You should be ashamed. He should be ashamed of himself, seriously. And so today, COP Caribbean Soul started a new streak where you come first, second, and third. You understand? Next was and your friend here too, your friend Patty Reed.
Patty Reed.
P&M Patty is here.
Yeah, she don't want to come first at all.
No,
I feel she want to join Ulrich.
You know what? Nah. I don't think.
Patricia Reed, good afternoon to you, Patricia Reed. You must get a little lash from COP.
Yeah, Patty here longer than Ulrich. And she has never won any of those things. Duncy's move of the week or fraud of the week. She never
The
won
only thing we don't know if she's a man or a woman. That's the only thing we don't know.
Nah, she's a woman.
You know how you know that?
P&M friends, a red booty whisper in my right ear.
Well, let she send a pity and let me know.
No, I tell you, a red booty whisper in my right ear.
Then she put up a pity in the chat.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna take this voice now. I'm gonna just again.
And Slim, that title you give me there, just remember, is Jesus, rode on to go into Jerusalem.
Okay. Just say okay, I leave him alone. He had the own of that.
Okay, all right.
Spraglan would I say that. Spraglan would I say you are the owner of that.
But COP, look, all your INAX, all you get, we ain't started yet. Bennett Thomas, fraud of the week already. We ain't start yet.
See what going on?
Oh God, all your
that will get a lead count. He'll get more votes. He'll get more votes. If it's started taking early, he'll get more votes.
Yeah. You know what? Let me start early. Let me since Bennett Thomas, since you start.
He go break already take a break record today.
I feel already go break the record. He already have one. Oh. All right. Look we research guru. Sunil Dempster, the river push it in, the river push it out. Push your paddle all out.
Yeah. She'll get a road match or something for that to enter.
Yeah, but you know Sunil Dempster is back.
Yeah.
In a big way, you know?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I going down that road.
All right. Okay. Mr. Intellectual Sister Jesus riding into Jerusalem.
I say I going down in the road, that road. The age now, it shouldn't be on them double and twine, bacchanal confusion thing.
But COP, like what you know that is about, man?
Eh?
That is what you know that is about.
Well, if you had to do that to make money, it's better I sell Tulu, man. Crew, man.
Oh, look at next one. Just cool, fraud of the week already. 2 already. We ain't even start yet, and 2 already get 2 already. Yeah, boy. Boy, I think you gonna break the record for fraud of the week today.
Yeah, I feel you're getting most numbers.
Yeah,
I feel. Book on my pen, but yeah.
I feel Ulrich, that today, you breaking a record. Yeah, you gotta break a record. Yeah, because you start very
That two you get at?
Two frames so far. Yeah. Tommy Mohammed said, Mr. COP, good afternoon. Yeah. Oh God, look, even Miss Santa Cruz, a big boo. Oh God.
You get next. Look how much.
Look that boo.
Look how much you take half of me and half of you.
Yeah.
That is about 6. Give him about 6 numbers. Then.
Yeah.
That's about 6 votes there.
That is 11 right there. 11, boy. Alright, oh God, boy.
You get a big number. You break record today on WZYE. All record.
Yeah, you're breaking record today. Hey, look at next one. Fraud of the week, Ulrich. Next one.
Next
oh
one.
God, Ulrich. 3 already, and we even start good yet, you know. So, folks.
But I wanted to ask you something I want you to.
Yeah, go ahead.
When you come on, you go, kick. Where that come from?
Oh, yes.
Yes. Where that come from?
I used to listen to a fella, a sports broadcaster, right? A long time ago. And he started it. He used to do that when he come on. I said, but you know, I like that.
Yeah.
And I teach it from him.
Well, nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that.
I take a borrow, I go pay back tomorrow.
But it have no programs that starts with Antoine like that, eh?
No, it's not none.
No.
None.
I say long time I want to ask you that, where you get that from? Yeah.
Yeah. I hear that fella and I like it and I teach it.
Well, nothing wrong.
Hey, I going for all the title I going for. Because
all right.
We gotta go to one. We gotta go to that title. Call off the week too, you know.
Yeah. Next one they fall with.
Oh gosh.
Fraud of the week.
Already give yourself one.
Yeah. Next one. Yeah. All right. You and we normally don't start this kind of early, you know. Because you also say yes. You know, it's funny, eh? Oh, I have a next friend, Marjorie. Marjorie used to be here. Right? Marjorie sent me a WhatsApp note. You know, it'll be sad, eh? It'll be sad. Right? That when you don't know that you don't know, and you think that you don't know, but you don't know that you don't know, and you don't want to know that you don't know, and even though I tell you that you don't know, you still don't want to know that you don't know, even though you know that you don't know, but you don't want to know that you don't know, even though I'm telling you that you don't know, and you know that you don't know, but you don't want to know that you don't know. Let me read what Marjorie sent me, and I'm sure she's listening. Marjorie's in South Africa right now. I don't know what time is in South Africa. Marjorie used to be here with us at one point in time. We had a show. It used to be in the village with Ansem and Marjorie. Let me see Marjorie. And I tell Marjorie this. M-A-R-J-O-R-I-E. Marjorie. M-A-R-J. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Okay. Yeah, Marjorie sent me to the fact. This is Margie. Fact. Trinidad and Tobago's support for the U.S. goes far beyond rhetoric. A few weeks ago, it emerged that the U.S. had set up an air defense radar on Tobago. Then last week, the government announced it had given U.S. military aircraft permission to use this airport in the coming weeks for logistical purposes. There's going to be a lot of repercussions, said Gary Griffith, a former national security minister. Critics, in brackets, are going to say, there it is, we told you so. You give, in brackets, the American an inch, they take a yard. Marjorie sent that to me. I said, Marjorie, good morning. You don't have a clue about the politics in Trinidad and Tobago because you are quoting Gary Griffith. I will leave it there. You see, that's what I'm saying. Eh?
Good answer.
That's what I'm saying. When you don't know that you don't know, and even though I tell you that you don't know, you don't want to know that you don't know, but you continue to know you don't know, but you want people to believe you know, even though you know you don't know. And I'm telling you don't know, but you don't want to know that you don't know.
And many of them out of Trinidad don't know, and they still don't want to know.
They want to know. And this is what she says. I'm just sending you the articles and that specific quote from the one in the Observer from where I snatched that quote. I think I sent it to your email. Margie, stop snatching quotes, eh? Because it don't seem like you're very good at snatching. Stop snatching. You understand? I gotta introduce you to Ulrich. I gotta introduce you to Ulrich. All right. But COP, there's so much, eh? You actually sent me. Let me play this for the people. You sent me this, and I thought this was splendiferous. Take a listen to this, folks.
Government is a reflection of the people because, of course, somebody voted her in. Whatever problems you all may have with her should be dealt with domestically. When you all are encouraging outsiders to disrespect the leader of your country, you are disrespecting yourself. As a family, if you have a problem with your spouse, your parents, siblings, you handle that inside. When you go outside, nobody not supposed to know that you all have problems. Kamala, be it she's good or bad, is the leader of the greatest Caribbean nations, the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. The people, the land, and the resources are bountiful. And even in our lowest moment, many can't come close. So let's establish that. Okay? So the disrespect, the last time the St. Vincent Prime Minister said monopoly money, yet they're upset now when we make tariffs. They know they cannot milk Trinidad and Tobago money. Right? They can't come begging with their hand open. Hey, we need this, we need that. Right? While at the same time pillaging from us and pillaging our culture with lack of respect at the end of the day. Because Kamala ain't do these people nothing for them to be getting on like that. What Kamala has done any of these other Caribbean nations for them to have such disdain for her is the fact that they cannot get any more money and milk our nation, which they have done for years with debt forgiveness. So if you want to return Kamala to sender, I don't even know how she left in the first place. I need you all to return Steel Pan, Calypso, Soca, our carnival. Don't use our designers. Okay? Return everything. Return all the money that we gave, all the resources, whatever you took from us, asked from us, and we gave whatever it may be. Return all and with interest. How about that?
How about that?
How about that?
She lie. She say anything lie there?
Orego say she lie.
Well, we could understand already.
Margie go say she lie.
Disappointment.
PNM party go say she lie.
Nah, she wouldn't say that. No.
PNM party? Yeah, PNM
Nah,
party go say
she know it's shoot. She know it's shoot. She might say that.
Government is a reflection of
that the PNM has found itself in, as the gentleman would have said rightly.
Dr. Eric Williams, many years ago, said that every single member of the PNM is a propagandist of the PNM. And one of the first things I will do as your new chairman is to ensure that the propagandists of the PNM must be deployed on every nook and every cranny of this country, and we will chase them away on social media, and that the gospel of the PNM must be known to every single citizen of this country.
COP, how could you be a politician in Trinidad and Tobago, and that is what you are telling your followers? You have to be a propagandist. You have to make sure and create propaganda as much as possible by any means necessary. How could that be?
Them don't understand what he's saying. The majority of them, they clap. Feel he was telling them something good. You see the three of them in front of him? Them three of them from Marabella. You see how they watch him over there? You see how one of them turn up here and watch him as, what's wrong with you? The majority of the people them don't understand what he was saying. It's very few understand that. We had to draw it to our attention. And we had to start getting to them opposition MPs and them and find out if they support that and play it for them. If they support that. But what that young lady say wrong in she contribution. And I admire more how she defend the Prime Minister, what the Caribbean leaders and them have every time at UNC Prime Minister take office. What the Caribbean leaders, because it happened just with Kamala alone. Every time the UNC come in office, once the PNM not in office, the Caribbean fight down the government in power. Once the PNM not in office. Why? Why they do something like that?
You know,
when we stay together and we stick together, what's the thing Rowley say? When we bind together, is it called Koso no Show gang?
No show.
We stay together, we bind together, nobody can separate us. That's what that is.
Yeah.
I get along lady 10 out of 10. We're supposed to give she applaud. We're supposed to give she applaud after.
Yeah, we gotta give she the applause.
Yeah.
COP, I had intention to play this song a long time. I have it here on the screen, and I want to play it now. And the reason why I want to play it is because COP, do you think everyone has a price?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So folks, we are asking this question to you, right? Do you believe everyone has a price? And I want you all to listen to this song here. I'm going to play part of this song. This is by Ras Commander.
Brand new. It has been said that every man have a price, whether emperor or pauper. Which one are you? Call your price. Call your price. Hey, ting down door. This is a true story. The names have been changed to protect the innocent. Ding, 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 ding. T-die. From since the days of old, one story has been told, is that men will sell their souls to the highest bidder. You can check out any Bible, even Jesus Christ's disciple sold him all for 30 pieces of silver. Every man has a price. I heard a wise man say, just wait till the circumstances come your way. In this paradise where money is king, to have a deep pocket is no big thing. So folks could be bought for next to nothing. So I sing, what is the price? What is the price that was paid to put Section 34 on the nation? What is the price? What is the price that was paid to save your two friends from the extradition? What is the price? What is the price? The whole of paradise anxious to know. Was it a seat in your government to make a fool of the parliament and destroy the image of Trinbago? We want to know. Call your price. Call your price. Hey, 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 hey. Will I miss we DJ for playing She's Royal and gave him a sobriquet without the bowl. Some say he no longer sweet. They talk on every street. But who paid the DJ achieve the main goal? For years the DJ played the songs we love to hear. But on that occasion he heard we air. So we jump up and start a ball. Hello, don't play for that crowd at all. But the DJ claimed that the price was tall. So, what is the price? What is the price? Why they refuse to grant to call we old radio license? What is the price? What is the price? Why they sit back and watch the art form locked in a prison? What is the price? What is the price? The one who we music is Calypso. Calypso music build this nation, and no government go treat we like long. Just tell we your price so we could pay down. We not wrong. Call your price. Call your price.
So the question, folks, is, what is your price? Is there a price? COP, is there a price? Right?
Yes,
Does everyone have a price?
Yes,
Huh?
I believe that. Yes, I believe everybody have a price.
Okay.
I believe that. If you don't have a price, well, then you'll have a price to pay.
Princess Dong say, hey brothers, good afternoon. Didn't realize you were on at this time. Now finished cooking lunch. Yeah, we gone kind of early today because of the press conference that it had. Let me go to the chat and hear what people have to say. Tommy Mohammed says that is who want something that have a price. Others who already have don't have a price. 007 Alana says, I have no price.
The person who have everything, them have a price. That's how they have everything.
Okay.
There's a price give you everything.
Bamboo says we all have a price depending on the circumstances. Caribbean Soul says, yes, everyone has a price, not all accept cash as their price. Caribbean Soul, you're onto something big there.
And the cash is the best price to have.
007 Alana says, all I have is the Almighty who is in control of my life. Okay, that is your price. Correct is right. Anthony Ford say, Professor, negative on that because I can't be bored, period. Okay.
That is something different you're talking about.
Yeah,
Bought and prices are two different. That is something different.
Yeah.
It's according to the way you're talking about. If somebody want to buy you for the wrong thing, well, you don't go down that road.
Yeah. Volsang says, no price is enough to sell my brother. Okay. Caribbean Soul says, some have price, some like prize, and some like surprise. Okay. All right. Mr. Jaku said, no, some of us cannot be bought. You know, when you say price, a price is not monetary at times. You know. Joan Business says, good morning, everyone watching from Brooklyn, New York. And folks, as we figure out if everyone has a price, in my estimation, COP, I fully agree with you. Everybody has a price.
Yes, sir.
Your price doesn't have to be monetary. Right? Everybody has a price. Every single person have a price.
And if out there, even though out there they're thinking about it financially too, that is very important to think about it financially too. Yes. Financially too.
Yeah.
That's your price.
Yeah.
It come
and
like
if you say you're supporting the God Almighty, that is your price.
Yeah.
You understand? If you say I can't do this or I can't do that, if something you are supporting and you don't want to support this honesty, that is your price. Everybody has a price.
You see, every independent person, they had a price. That's why they become independent.
So, COP, Anthony
the price
Ford
work for the successor.
Anthony Ford with the East says, COP, if someone has a price, then you can be bought. But a price doesn't have to be monetary. A price does not have to be monetary.
He might be thinking one way of it.
007 says, your soul is the price, Wall Street, and my soul can be bought. Okay. That is your price.
Yeah.
Right? Mr. Anjaku,
when I go to work from Monday to Friday, tell the boss man, nah, get that free. Don't let him pay no price for work.
All right. George Ramdeen said, Jesus Christ paid my price.
I agree. Yes, sir.
Yeah. I think when we hear price, we start to think about, and we're going to go for the break. When I hear price,
think about money first thing.
Yeah, I think we think about money first.
Yeah.
It's not always money, because I didn't say what is the monetary value. I just said what is the price. You know what I mean?
Typical Trinidadiana.
Yeah, it's more than that. So, folks, we're going to take that break. It's Sunday Talk. Let's talk politics with Uncle Tommy, Professor Wall Street, COP, and you on WZYE 95.9 FM. Don't forget, when you join us, share the live, WZYE 95.9 FM on Facebook. Subscribe, WZYE TV and YouTube. And you can reach us here at 973-868-1444. That's 973-868-1444. And when we come back, we should have Dr. Shane Mohammed joining us. Stick and stay. We'll be right back.
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio, WZYE 95.9 FM.
Welcome to WZYE TV 95.9 FM. We come to you every Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday from 7 to 10 p.m. And on Sunday from 1 to 4 p.m. on Let's Talk Politics. Like, share and subscribe to keep up to date with reality affecting your life, and as we always say, we bring the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
You're tuned to WZYE, the heartbeat of unfiltered truth. We're more than a station, we're a movement, grounded in facts, driven by integrity, committed to progress. We don't chase headlines, we create them. Decoding politics and current affairs to question power, not cozy up to it. From Laventille to Scarborough, whether you're in your living room or your commute, this is where perspectives collide, divides dissolve, and tomorrow's conversations start today. WZYE, we originate, not imitate.
To our cherished listeners, partners, and the entire WZYE family, we extend our deepest gratitude for your unwavering support throughout our journey. Special recognition goes to key pillars of our community, Mr. Wall Street, Uncle Tommy, and Mr. COPs whose vision and dedication helped transform a humble beginning of just 5 listeners into the influential voice we are today. At WZYE 95.9 FM, we don't merely broadcast, we pioneer. We are committed to delivering the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Our promise remains clear. We originate. We do not imitate. More than a radio station, we are a movement. We are a community united by shared values. And above all, we are a family bound by integrity, purpose, and a relentless drive to uplift. Reaching 20,000 subscribers is a testament to your trust. We pledge to honor it by continuing to challenge the status quo, amplify authentic voices, and serve the people with courage and conviction. As we move forward, we ask you to hold fast to what matters. Stand for something. Keep the fire of passion alive in your hearts. May God continue to bless you and your families. Together, we rise. The WZYE 95.9 FM family, where truth ignites community.
Laid to rest, laid to rest, laid to rest, laid to rest. It's alleged, it's alleged, it's alleged, it's alleged. Hey, tell them Kamala say, PNM dead. Petrochen workers say, the party dead, dead, dead. Bubba billions missing from the treasury. Corruption with taxpayers' money. The end is here. Security. PNM dead. Hey, tell them Munilal say PNM dead. Even the 1% say the party dead, dead, dead. They support us mourning and crying. Funeral arrangements they making. The DMO leaving. PNM dead. Condolences to the Balize. SIEP. No more pale pale. The rising sun is ready to govern Trinidad and Tobago for a brighter tomorrow. 1. Restart the economy. 2. Health sector immediate victory. Abolish crime. Put sports on the front line. Oh, every pipe must have water. 5. Roads smooth as 6. Provide people with work. UNC and making jokes. Tell them drilling say PNM dead. Social media say the party dead, dead, dead. The registered party members in pain. Scarborough to put a spin. Inside sources say PNM dead. Tell them others say PNM dead. Police, army and prison say the party dead, dead, dead. Election night flambeau burning steady. The casket was on the hearse ready. Read the red eulogy. PNM dead, dead, dead. Tell them Kamala say PNM dead. Some of the members say the party dead, dead, dead. When the carrot come leaders here, what's up? Seems like not one of them was in shock. Put them in one big box. PNM dead. Tell them Munilal say PNM dead. Teachers, doctors and nurses say the party dead, dead, dead. All the bad investments and fellas make. Investors not coming for the work. No more ice cream and cake. PNM dead, dead, dead. The red party showed no empathy for 18 babies and pipeline families. They so heartless, citizens in distress. The country in a crisis, SOE and still all Estes. 1. UNC on a mission 2 to correct the school system. 3. End poverty and clean up TNT. 4. Speed up the housing process. 5. Lower taxes. 6. Revamp we energy. Bring back the oil refinery. Tell them Kamala say PNM dead. Petrochen workers say the party dead, dead, dead. Bubba billions missing from the treasury. Corruption with taxpayers' money. The end is here. Security. PNM dead. Hey, tell them Munilal say PNM dead. Even the 1% say the party dead, dead, dead. They support us mourning and crying. Funeral arrangements they making. The DMO leaving. PNM dead, dead, dead. Tell them drilling say PNM dead. Social media say the party dead, dead, dead. The registered party members in pain. Scarborough to put a spin. Inside sources say PNM dead. Tell them others say PNM dead. Police, army and prison say the party dead, dead, dead. Election night, flambeau burning steady. The casket closed and the hearse ready. Read the red eulogy. He and them dead, dead, dead.
And we are back with you. It's Sunday Talk. Let's talk politics with Uncle Tommy, Professor Wall Street, COP, and you on WZY 95.9 FM. We come to you every Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday from 7 to 10 p.m. That's every Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday from 7 to 10 p.m. Don't forget, folks, whenever you join us, share the live, WZY 95.9 FM on Facebook. Subscribe, WZY TV and YouTube. And you can reach us here at 973-868-1444. That's 973-868-1444.
Also 973-609-6509, 973-609-6509. And don't forget to share the live. We thank you.
Call your friends and family, and why well sit down eating all your lunch. Listen to a good program, a respectable program.
Thank you. Tommy, welcome. How are you?
Quite good, thank you. And your good selves?
We are splendiferous, trumandiferous, marvelous, splentastic, splentacular, wonderfulicious, and fantabulous.
Excellent.
Yes.
COP.
That is all kind of words he used there, Uncle Tommy.
Of course. Enough to tie my tongue.
If you have to pay attention to them words and then you take up your dictionary,
but trying to say them, you may lose your tongue.
But that's what's going on. But it's amazing. It's amazing to hear a man going in almost 70, I had to put it that way, with braces, could use them words and then freely just wear.
I like the descriptives.
Yeah, none of them, many people can't do that. If you put Keith Rowley in braces, he can't do that.
Folks, don't forget that. Don't forget.
Fraud. Coming up next, fraud of the week.
So, Ulrich, how much?
Uncle Tommy already get 5 already, right? 5 votes already.
Yeah, already
wow.
5 votes.
You know that your worker.
Yeah. Let me listen to him again.
And Slave and COP, I agree with 80% of what that woman said. COP, thanks for that. I agree with 80% of what she said. The ending part, I didn't agree with. But all the rest, I agree totally with what she's saying there. You see? I not one-sided. If you're right, you're right. If you're wrong, you're wrong. That is me.
Ulrich, please go and take your pill. Ulrich, COP and Tommy, is there a Waffle House in Trinidad?
Ulrich right now. Ulrich right now, but we still want a big chunk of macaroni pie and kalaloo and big chicken and all kind of thing and fish and all kind of thing. Baba guide people here this afternoon.
Yeah, Ulrich, I feel there's a Waffle House in Trinidad and the only customer is Ulrich. Ulrich, you're waffling all over the place, Ulrich.
Did a song so on a Sunday afternoon this hour when they eating nice? Yeah.
Ulrich went to the Waffle House and buy pancakes. It's when you go to the Waffle House.
That's a pancake contribution there.
No, he went to the Waffle House and buy pancakes. Oh, all right, Ulrich. Or he went to the Waffle House and buy doubles. One or the other. Anyhow, so Tommy, as you come, hey Tommy, look your partner come back, boy.
Which one of them?
Let me put it up on the screen for you. Caribbean so sick, Gordon Joseph, the original fax, FAX checker. Oh God! Hey, listen. Look at on the screen there, Tommy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
God after lunch.
Yeah, your partner. He come back.
Hope all are better than good because of God.
Yeah, I think his significant other removed his phone for 2 weeks.
Good afternoon to you, Gordon. It's good to know you got back your phone.
Yeah. Oh God. I didn't say to take away his phone. I said to remove this phone.
When he get back, he get it back. Glad to know they give him it back.
Yeah.
Somebody had to remove it. Somebody had to go with it.
You know that. He could have been in the kitchen and the phone was on the table and the person removed the phone from the table.
Somebody they give it back. Yeah. I glad they give it back.
Yeah, you got.
Yeah, I glad they give it back.
I
That's not them own. That is not them own. His own.
Anthony Fort's a professor at NIV is my fraud of the century. So, folks, I want you to put, if you didn't already, put your fraud of the week. And let me just replay some things for you. Let me see which one is this, boy. Let me see which one is this.
I and Slim, happy Sunday to you. Until Tommy and COP come in, I could reserve that one for them. But happy Sunday to you and Slim. That press conference that had there was a sham. That was a UNC press conference talking to the bobblehead supporters. And the journalists that I had there is also bobblehead supporters of the UNC too. And you notice they didn't take much question. That was a sham. They continue to play with for fools out here. You see? Anyway, and you see that that editorial they play with the man talking there is UNC he talking to. UNC should have that as a matter of fact, not them now. I have that right now as my national anthem for UNC.
So folks,
fraud coming up next, fraud of the week.
Yeah, so put your fraud of the week in the chat, right? Now, not because I played Ulrich thing and then I played fraud of the week right after means to say you had to put Ulrich as fraud. You could put somebody else, right? COP and Tommy?
Yeah, I agree.
Right.
But it's because of that voice note. Ulrich doesn't get 5-6 votes already.
Yeah, because of that voice note. He gets 6. Tommy, because of that voice note, I know you didn't hear it. Or did you hear it?
No, I don't listen.
Right. Because of that voice note, he gets 6 early.
Yeah.
You know, like in cricket, you're bowling an over and you bowl the first over and the first ball you bowl, you get 6.
Wow.
And the bowler frightened over here now.
and the bowler get frightened. So this is what the bowler do now. All on a sudden when you get frightened. Right? Listen.
And Slave and COP, I agree. I agree with 80% of what that woman said. COP, thanks for that. I agree with 80% of what she said. The ending part, I agree with. But for
Well,
the
shit,
rest,
you're good.
I agree.
Well, shit, you're good. Well, shit, you're good. Well, shit, you're good. I
not
like
trying
your
to-
editing skill.
I'm not one-sided.
I like your editing talent.
Yeah, honestly for yourself.
Yeah.
I didn't make
After
that up.
you get
Or that's not AI.
After you get frightened.
After you get frightened, he 6 first when he get it for 6.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, he come back.
Yeah.
And listen, the same bubblehead doll he talking about, he boil on like that same bubblehead doll.
Yes.
Ulrich, you should be ashamed of yourself, Ulrich.
What should I get 10 out of 10 for that?
Yeah, no, listen. If you go pick a position, stay with your position.
Yeah.
Defend your position. All of a sudden, you get 6. 6.
He said, "No, I don't want that kind of 6."
Yeah,
he said, "I don't want that kind of 6 now."
Yes,
Sorry, after
6 you get.
understand
All right,
after.
Yeah, well, shit, I and Slim, I agree with that fella. Oh God, let me see who else here. We're gonna have Shane Mohammed join us in 1 minute. Let me see who's this here, boy. Caribbean Sauce. I put one for Ansel Dennis. I put in Ansel Dennis as fraud of the week for getting that pre-action protocol letter for using unauthorized song. Put that. Vishnu Pandit, fraud of the week, Ulrich. Ulrich gets 7. That's 7 for Ulrich so far. Tommy, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta come up with who your fraud of the week is.
What shit we think about the Tobago? Fali said Keith Rowley no different than a roast bread fruit.
What do you want? Black on the outside and white on the inside?
Yeah. Yeah. He said he no different than a roast breadfruit.
Okay. What did he say was wrong?
Well, I agree. I agree. I can't see why that offender Ansel and them.
I don't know why that offended him. I must say welcome to our good friend, Dr. Shane Mohammed, political scientist.
How are you?
Political scientist extraordinaire.
You just give me too much titles. Too much titles is not good.
Why is that?
I don't like to watch me when you start giving people unnecessary titles. You open me up for unnecessary attacks.
No. You can handle your stories, man. You could handle
Especially when he handling CNC3 and them.
Yeah,
Anyway, good afternoon to you, Shane.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Cool, quiet, and humble.
Yeah, we just be fortunate to get 5 minutes at a time. Yeah, we're very fortunate and we appreciate that. You know what I mean?
Yes,
Whenever you come in,
you 5 minutes to say no. Nah, I just give you plenty more than 5 minutes, man.
you only know 5, but no, I mean, what I really mean, 5 in front,
I'm gonna tell you something. I am just hoping that when the what CNC3 put on the Guardian today is actually what happens tomorrow. Yes, otherwise again blue is like a going out of style.
But think about it, right, Dr. Mohammed? How it is that the Newsday, right? We were talking about the fourth estate, right? The fourth estate. And the fourth estate is supposed to be not biased. Now we realize that the Newsday was very, 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 very biased.
The Newsday was always very, 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 very biased.
But how could that be?
I was reading the article yesterday, and the day before I was reading some articles that was written about the Newsday. Funny enough, though, a lot of good journalists and leading journalists in the sector today started their careers at the Newsday. I wouldn't lie, though, it's quite sad to see that after 32 years, the Newsday has to close its doors. It goes to say, from a business model perspective, they were not sustainable. They didn't create a system of sustainability. I mean, right now the two major newspapers is the Guardian and the Express. It means that they didn't compete with either, or they did at the start, and then eventually the model or the trajectory died. So it is what it is.
But and I don't want to, well, no, I could cast aspersions on the newspaper in Trinidad and Tobago, because many times I read the editorials and I ask myself, are they very serious about these editorials, or they have to protect when they was filling their coffers to the past 10 years under the former government, where they were getting over 100 million, people can correct me if I'm incorrect, 100 million with advertising from the government. So they couldn't really give the public the true news. They have to give them a distorted news. So now that they're no longer in power and they realize that the bucket have a hole with a hole in it, and when they put water in it, and we start to carry water in the bucket, the bucket have a hole. When you carry water up here, you put it up here, all the water out. Right? So they are not being given that amount of revenue that they get from owners. And Dr. Mohammed, I want to ask you something about somebody after the answer. I want to ask you about Killer Pandey. Right?
Why? Oh, that is an unnecessary conversation to have.
All right.
Why are we giving credibility to non-credible individuals?
All right, okay.
It build conversation.
All right, you silence me.
I don't want to, yeah, but listen, building conversation about that is even giving relevance to irrelevant people.
Well,
Yeah,
if
but
you put it that way. But tell me a media station, Fort Estate and Trinidad that really fear and do have agenda.
There will be no in Trinidad and Tobago, as in any small island and any small state, I think, and even in large countries, there are going to always be bias stations and stations that are funded by or assisted or whatever by or financed by um, party affiliates, political actors, non-actors, business associates, etc. Um, Here's my take on this. It is with that knowledge, given that knowledge that the fourth estate will never always be unbiased. There's always going to be a level of bias from the fourth estate, and we can have a discussion about the how, the when, the what, the why, the who are the agents of the biasness. Then the responsibility falls on the leadership and the government, Tobago in THA, central government in Trinidad, the onus, especially when the political party in power is not the regular party that is normally in power. So the disadvantage is you're not you're not the normal party that is being power. Because it seems as though when the PNM in power, the country does all the chaos in the country seems to die now. Nobody has an opinion anymore. They let they let things fly. They sit down and they take the nonsense for umpteen amount of times. But when the UNC or anybody alternative to the PNM in Tobago is in power, we're in a state of chaos. It's a matter of nothing is good enough. They move a pen, they turn the ink on a piece of paper from blue to black, that's a problem. You haven't put the pan on the coat of arms yet, that's a problem. Everything is a problem. The onus then is on those that are in leadership roles and in government to ensure that their communication structure and framework is so succinct that it has no or not too many gaps that allows for biased media to run with biased stories and anti-government stories. And I feel like that's knowledge that politicians and leaders in this country
I
should have at
believe
their fingertips.
I believe most of the Fort Estate run with bias stories because
It sells
the budget
newspapers.
the budget too was high and somebody was paying the bills. Either taxpayers was paying the bills, the authorities, the government who was accustomed being in office, accustomed paying high bills, and they just print what they want and not what's supposed to educate the population.
Well, scandal sells and bacchanal sells, and when you know that is what the society lives off of and is excited about, and that's what excites the society, then obviously, once you know that is where the market is, that's what the story is going to look like. Nobody wants to be. Listen, the problem in our country is that there are so many bright people in this country that people shouldn't be stupid, but there are people who are caught up by a lot of what I call superficiality. So it's superficial headlines, stories that are not true, headlines that you see that are pushed by propagandists that lacks no merit. It lacks merit. It has no depth. It has no. The source is a bias source, and the list goes on and on. But the, yeah, at some point in time, those who are the quote unquote victims of these bias stories, whose work is critical to the greater good of Trinidad and Tobago, whose efforts are for the greater good of Trinidad and Tobago. It's not about thinking about today only, it's about thinking in the medium and long term. Those persons also owe themselves a duty and a responsibility, as well as their followers and their supporters, to ensure that the communication structure allows for very few headlines to be misleading. I think that is something that should have been a tool or part of the armory that should have been set up in early days so that it do give people the time to run away with stories that do make sense.
Well, I believe we have about 90% of them Those headlines and them misleading. And today, and it's for over 15, 20 years that taking place. And today, the citizens of this country pay a dread penalty because of those misleading stories. We
Of
have
course they do.
poverty in this country. We have poverty in this country. Plus, undernourished poverty is because of those misleading stories.
Yeah, I agree with you on that.
And we pay for that, eh? Taxpayers pay for that, eh? Pay the bills for that. All them media houses.
Well, if you remember, they buy the media buys, the people are the one who supports the media houses by buying their newspaper or subscribing for it. So
And
I
by
agree.
government paying big ads. Big
By
ads.
government paying big ads. Correct.
You know, it's just interesting that Newsday, boy. I couldn't.
Are you surprised though? You are surprised by that?
By the way, Dr. Mohammed, your good pal, Ulrich, say hello.
Hey. He ain't spell my name good.
Ulrich, at least you could spell the man name properly.
At least you could spell my name properly, man.
Yeah, and I trying to give you a big up, and the man at the pause. But you know, I have to be honest with you, I was somewhat surprised, to be honest.
I was not surprised. The Newsday became very unpopular. The Newsday is always last. It appears to me is always the last one on the draw.
Correct.
But
That's right.
You know,
That's absolutely
they're not leading. They've not been leading. I don't think a lot of people who at one point in time, I think my father was an avid reader of the Newsday. He lost interest in the Newsday in the latter couple of years. So I mean, I have not done. I can't remember the last time I got a
But
call
the
from
news,
Newsday
they had radio station and television station. Eh?
The Newsday did not know. The Newsday didn't have radio and television.
Well,
Wasn't that Choco's baby?
That could be our outcome, I too.
Yeah, they had the TNT Mirror. They had one time owned the TNT Mirror.
And look what happened to the TNT Mirror.
Right, they got rid of it. They bust the TNT Mirror truth because they find the TNT Mirror was going in a direction that they don't want to go in under the PNM.
Well, I am told that the TNT Mirror was put out of business by a paper called the Sunshine newspaper.
Yes, I agree with that.
Wait. Wait, let me understand this. I thought the TNT Mirror closed up long before the Sunshine came into being.
No, the Sunshine came into being and gave the TNT Mirror so much competition that it's not funny. They had all of the juicier stories.
Yeah.
There was a point when the Sunshine used to come out. So Sunshine used to be printed on a Tuesday. And then because of the demand for the Sunshine, he had to start printing the Sunshine on the Tuesday. So when the Sunshine comes out and is printed on a Tuesday, it's on the shelves by Wednesday morning. By Wednesday evening, Sunshine gone. You can't get Sunshine. That was how hot that paper is. I mean, I think the Sunshine is still printed, but it remains, right? But they put the Mirror out because back in the day, the Mirror used to be the Bacchanal and the Sweet Stories. To give it the headline, right? Sunshine stole their thunder.
Did Newsday also do the Sunday Punch too? Caribbean Soul saying Mirror and Sunday Punch.
But I think that's what I'm seeing. I'm seeing that it was Mirror and Sunday Punch, but it was all three newspapers. I think so.
Okay.
Wasn't Chocolenko the man behind this newspaper?
I think he was in the Mirror.
The bomb.
Bomb used to be printed on a Wednesday too.
That old school paper they're talking about there. The bomb.
Chocolenko was a very objective person.
The bomb was Chocolenko.
Yeah, the bomb was Chocolenko. Yeah, I remember that because guys
want to make me walk down. Oh, they make me walk down Mary Marie Lane. They're not gonna make the whole country think I real old, but it's true. Bomb and the Mirror.
Yeah.
At that point in time, my grandmother used to want to read every once on a Sunday. She have the Mirror, the Bomb, the Guardian, the Express, the Newsday spread out to read that for the weekend.
And when they open the Guardian in them days, it's like 5 papers they open one time because it's big
big so. You can take that and turn it to that tablecloth when you're done.
And you know it's interesting, eh? When I used to come back to Trinidad, every time I came back to Trinidad, I used to go to the corner of Charlotte and Independence Square and had a lady there. She know when I come to save my bum, my punch, my mirror. She
But
said,
what is the what the punch you do? What is the what the punch for? What is the what the body punch for?
No, I used to pass the middle page. I used to pass the middle. I never used to get to the middle page. I used to pass that one.
Yeah, the punches have all kind of love story and all kind of thing.
What kind of fanciness?
Yeah.
It was like a Trinidadian version of
Confusion is
yeah. That. It was a
Playboy.
Trinidadian
That is
version
right
of Playboy.
Yeah. That's why I used to pass the middle section. I didn't use it.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that at all. All you do is that middle section.
You know, but Dr. Shane, we have a big election tomorrow. Eh? And I saw you I read something with respect to your compatriot, Dr. Bishnu Raghunath, saying that it's very close. And they was taking him to task and things. What is your opinion on how do you foresee?
I think both Dr. Raghunath and myself are right. I could understand where Dr. Raghunath is coming from. He makes a very good point. It is so, and one of the things that I've learned from Dr. Raghunath is, and he said this to me, that we as even though we are juniors and senior, he's my senior, right? I'm his junior and he's my senior, and a lot of my knowledge and my understanding and my wisdom comes from him, from being a student of his. One day he said to me, "Say, we don't always have to agree on everything." I said, "Yeah, I know that, but there are days when I do agree with you." Taken into our consideration, our conversations in the run up to the general election, where he remained very conservative and he was very, he wanted to keep it very close because, sometimes it's very hard to predict. And I was saying that it was not going to end up in a close race. I think it was going in the latter part of the election, in the campaign, this was going to become a runaway horse, which the result showed it did run away. In this election, with Dr. Raghunath saying that it could come very close, I understand what he's saying in terms of the numbers, in terms of the seats. He is right because I see exactly what he's saying. But that for me is where there's an exceedingly high voter turnout, and that a high number of PNM voters, as well as a high number of TPP voters, come out to vote and makes the election highly competitive, where it could come down to a 1-seat difference. However, I don't think that the TPP supporters, the TPP hierarchy, would have been so lackadaisical to take this election for granted because, one, this is their first THA elections as a TPP party. And therefore, to secure your victory, you need a good margin. Do I believe that based on the numbers from the 2025 general election, that's where my prediction comes from, right? Looking at the recently concluded general elections, there are 5 to 6 seats, but I chose to tell the newspaper 5. The 5 that I believe are most likely to either come very close or to flip in favor of the PNM, which then gives the TPP a 10-5 victory. So I'm still holding to that. It could get better, but I don't see it being 14-1 or 15-0 unless we have underestimated whether or not, and to the extent to which, the PNM supporters are still very highly dissatisfied with Ansel Dennis and the leadership of the PNM, and where they still believe the PNM is fractured. I don't believe that the PNM supporters are as technical as I am being with regard to my understanding of the way it is. I think the PNM supporters are not focused too much on Dennis, but they are more focused on the political leadership, which is Penny. So any victory that or large number of seats that the PNM captures has a lot to do with the PNM leadership, the belief system that the PNM supporters have in their political leader, which is Penny Beckles, and not necessarily how they feel towards Ansel Dennis. That could be, I could throw that out the window right now as I say it and say the alternative is that PNM supporters in Tobago say they're not happy with Ansel Dennis. They don't think that he deserves to be the chief secretary. They don't want to go with him again. So let him crash and burn and let us construct the party from the ground up again with a new leader, both in Trinidad and a national leader and then a new leader in Tobago. They could go that way. But that is all about sentiment and feelings and values. So for example, right now in Tobago, the motorcade, the TPP motorcade is on the western side of the island, which is smart because those are the seats that I mentioned in The Guardian today that are in need of a boost and a last run until 12 o'clock tonight. Whereas the PNM is on the eastern side of the island, which are the seats that they are struggling to capture. Highly unlikely that they will. But it's smart for either party to be on both sides of the different sides of the island for very good reasons. But I am getting feedback that the TPP's motorcade is so large that they are taken up to both sides of the road. The start is on one side, the end is on the next side, and out there in Tobago today is well, at least on the western side. I don't have a complete feedback from the east yet, but on the western side of the island, TPP is huge, which is good because they need to maintain that momentum and need to build going, and they need to have a high finish, a very, very high climax as they finish today in anticipation for tomorrow. When it comes to tomorrow, they need to make sure that every single generic and non-generic voter votes. And where they are non-generic voters, you need to go and drag them out of their spaces to vote to ensure that they wouldn't get I can't see them getting a 15-0 victory, but I could see them getting a good enough victory.
But Dr. Mohammed, what does that say if they get only what does that say if the PNM, as bad as things are with the PNM, if they was to be increased to 5 seats, what does that say about the TPP though? If the PNM was able to garner 5 seats,
it would say that would be a reality check for the TPP. Let me just shift my laptop because I need to put the laptop to charge. So give me 2 seconds. Let me just I will finish this conversation with you. All right.
So folks, we have with us Dr. Shane Mohammed, and we're discussing the situation with the TPP and I'm just gonna leave that there. We're discussing the
THA
okay. The TH.
Mr.
All right,
Bago,
he
how about
moved. So let me go back here. All right, yeah. So Caribbean, so we're gonna put that question back up. And if you have any questions from Dr. Shane, you could put your questions in the chat, or you could actually call in with your question. Rajendra said Newsday was born to spread the evil PNM propaganda. That two of them is the same thing. It is one of the first thing that comes out the PNM propagandist's mouth after race.
The Newsday.
All right, let's go back here.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. All right.
So as I was saying, with regard to the TPP, I think sometimes you need reality checks, and nothing is wrong with a reality check because
you know, but Dr. Shane, I don't mean to stop you. I don't mean to stop you. What do you mean by reality check? You don't know when you are in office that you have to serve the people. If you need a reality check, what does that tell you though?
No, listen. You see, that's where the concept of power comes in. And a lot of people does not understand. It's not just about serve the people. I mean, all governments, regardless of which party they come from, they all struggle with one very important thing, which is a very pragmatic and theoretical perspective on what exactly is power. There are some people who feel that power and believe power is vested in an MP sticker. That that's one. That power is invested in being just simply a member of parliament. Power for some people is in the notion of being called the honorable, or being called minister, or being called MP. And that is not power. That is the catalyst by which you gain power, and then you use the power to do something good. So there are people who, one, get into politics very easily. There are some people who struggle to get into politics, and therefore they understand the dynamic and they understand the value in getting into politics and fulfilling their dream of being politicians and servants of the people, and they do it very well. There are some people who get it too easily because they know somebody, they've been loyal, blah, 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 blah. And it was so easy, it becomes fleeting. And therefore, they don't put their idea of power is that I get to drive around in a Prado and be called the honorable, or be called the MP, or be called the minister, not realizing that power is not what you are, it is what you do and how you do it, right? So in the instance of why, to answer the question as to why would I say reality check, because sometimes you need a little reminding that power is fleeting. You can have it today, you lose it tomorrow. If tomorrow the result comes down at an 8-7, as Dr. Raghunath and he has predicted that it could come down to that, and I don't dispute that at all. The first thing, I would be one of the first people to say that the TPP would have given life to the PNM in Tobago, and therefore they need to do some introspection and figure out what, when, why, how, and learn from that, because they will be then governing Tobago by a very slim majority. If, however, they even get 10 seats tomorrow and they still win, and they give 5 seats and loss to the PNM, it is also a reality check to say, well, in those 5 seats that they would have gained, what did the TPP not do that they ought to have done? Why did these people vote against the TPP? What is it that they needed that they didn't get in the 4 years? Or again, a very critical aspect of politics for me is communication. And when you are in power, or when you are in politics or anything, political communication is a very critical tool. And if you don't know how to use it, and use it to your benefit, then you will become a sore loser.
And Dr. Mohammed, I want to say, you see with the TPP, that is a big problem with the TPP.
Exceptionally so.
Big problem with the TPP. Because I'm not going to get into why I say that, but I could say for a fact, right? And I could say that from the United States of America, TPP, right? When they win this election, they have to do something with communication.
Yes.
They have to make sure they hire someone to help them with communication, because if they was in my class, I would have graded them an F- for communication.
Yeah. Well, you see, I wouldn't even say the TPP as a whole. I would say there are certain personalities within the TPP who needs a reality check.
Dr. Shane, no, I want to stop you. All right? If 5 of them have communication problem, a fish doesn't rotten from the tail. The fella at the top have to tell them, all you are getting some feedback about communication. So
well, hold on. Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
What about is not the them, but it is the fella at the top?
Why you think I tell you a fish doesn't rotten from the tail?
The fella, because you see, you baited me into the conversation. You know exactly where we're going with this conversation. You know exactly where we're going with this conversation.
I know exactly where we're going. That's why I say a fish.
You know exactly where we're going with the conversation. Because you can't tell me, hypothetically, the fella at the top cannot tell the others that they're not communicating well when it's he's the problem.
A fish doesn't rotten from the tail. You see, And I want people to understand sometimes. You could say something, right? And you're trying to send a message, but you ain't say exactly what you said, right? And listen, and this is not like a criticism of him or coming to throw darts at him or anything. You know, it's like you have to look at yourself and see what are some important things that I think I can improve to make me better and the party better.
Yeah. And one of it, I think, so I will say this, central government, as well as the TPP/THA, are both struggling with effective communication.
That is true too.
And that is something that both the central government and the THA has to seriously consider that is going to be the best. So somebody asked about the marginal seats. The marginal seats are the Wim seat, the Boko Mount Pleasant seat, the Signal Hill Patient Hill seat, the Lambo Lowland seat. The fifth one is Plymouth.
All right.
Those are the seats that I am looking at.
So
we could extend it. We could extend it to look at to a lesser extent the Scarborough Mount Grey seat, and to another lesser extent the Bethel New Green seat. So that will then make it 7. And those are the 7 that Dr. Raghunath will also be referring to in what he said in today's Guardian. So I could concur with it, but that's why I said for me, the lesser to a lesser extent Scarborough Mount Grace, and to a lesser extent Bethel Newgrange. Now, it might end up with Bethel Newgrange being won by the TPP, and the PNM winning another seat. So it could shift, but I don't see them. If they do get more than 5 seats in the results, there's some serious reality checks that needs to be faced and questions to answer. Relationship between Farley and Duke after the election. Politics is also about making deals and asking what is in it for me. A man like Watson Duke does not go silent and does not simply pack up his bag, pick up his Jahaji bundle and say, let me go and play with the other side. There had to be a conversation of some sort that asks, what is in it for me? And a promise would have probably been made, or some offer would have been put on the table and has been accepted post-election. So depending on the role, the relationship between Farley and Watson lies squarely on what is the role and the position that Watson gets after the results, after the elections, and then we'd have a better idea. So it all comes down to what is the prize.
What is the price? That's what you said?
What is the prize? Prize.
What is the price? I thought you said, what is the price?
The prize comes at a price, but the prize. The value of the prize.
So do you think by Watson Duke joining up with TPP, it will have a significant impact on the outcome of the election?
Well, it didn't have much of an impact. It was a residual vote. There was about if I'm not mistaken, the general election results showed that Watson carried about 1,600 votes in total. So if you add the 1,600 votes to the TPP, it closes the gap, because the gap that existed between the THA election of 2021 and the general election of 2025, there's a gap of 2,352 votes. So let's just say you give or take the 1,600 votes that you could possibly get from the PDP, you would have a deficit of about 700 votes. The 700 vote deficit could probably take you, depending on where it is distributed, to maybe a 12-3, 11-4, somewhere around there. So you see, this is the one time somebody asked me, why did I come with the 10-5 victory? Why did I come with 10.5? Because 10.5 places it at a middle. I chose a median result. It was not too high, so I can't reasonably say it's going to be 14.1. Absolutely not. It is not going to be. It could come down to 13.2, which would mean that the Boko Mount Pleasant and the Wim seat carry to the PNM. And then you have Ansel Dennis and Kelvin Morris in the opposition. But I am still saying that is still too high right now. So, and I don't want to go as low as the 8.7, even though that's a possibility. So I feel like 10.5 was the safest seat, the safest outcome, projecting what the voter turnout would look like.
But I want to look at it. I want to kind of narrow it down. To me, you will have to compare the amount of votes they get in the last election into the amount of votes they get in this election if PNM should win those seats. You know, if the margin have broadened significantly.
Well, listen, I will tell you this based on the numbers that I have from the 2025 general elections.
Yeah.
In some seats, the PNM sustained its votes that it captured in the 2021 THA elections. And in some seats, the PNM increased its votes.
Okay.
That is why I'm telling you that there are 5 seats that I'm looking at. Because in those 5 seats that I am looking at specifically, the PNM won those seats over the TPP in the general election by about 100 to 200 votes.
Okay. So, right. So that's significant. That is significant. Yeah. And but Dr. Mohammed, the TPP had this information, right?
They ought to have it. I can't do people homework for them.
I'm just saying. I mean, they would have to have.
Listen, I have come to the realization, and too many people have said to me, from now on going forward, Dr. Mohammed should not be offering free advice to political parties. There should be a prize attached to Dr. Mohammed's advice. Because I don't believe in the past that from 2020 to now, I have not given any bad predictions.
Well, I mean, I think that that's important, because if you have these numbers from the last election, you should utilize these numbers to make sure that you improve the communication with these areas, right? Because if the numbers are in front of you, you take it and you run with it and you improve the communication of that area, or you hire somebody specifically to deal with those areas where you have lost votes or where based on the election.
I mean, I could tell you what the numbers are. So in the January 2021 THA election that resulted in the 6-6 tie, the total number of votes was 26,474 people voting. That ended up in a 6-6 tie. In the December 2021 election, 29,273 people voted. That resulted in a 14-1 result. In the 2025 general election, 26,978 people voted, resulting in the 2 seats being flipped. When you cut that 26,978 votes into the electoral districts, the result is 10-5.
Okay. So that information was there a long time.
For those who did, that information is there since the report of since 2 things was published. Since the EBC report on the PDs, the distribution of polling divisions across the island for the THA elections, and those numbers are there since the EBC published the report of the results of the 2025 general election. It was just simply for somebody to sit down and take the time and do the calculations and do the comparisons and do the spreadsheet. I did, because I have to present this tomorrow night on TV, but I am not about to give anybody my work for free.
So would you be surprised if there was a 14-1 in favor of the TPP?
No, I will not be surprised by that. I will also not be surprised if there's a 15-0, but I think the probability of that is low.
Okay.
I believe there will be a 15-0.
If that is to happen, it means that there must be at least 31,000 people voting.
That will
That
be more than
therefore
the
means-
last time. That will be more than the
Yeah,
last
yeah,
time.
yeah. Yeah, you need at least 2,000 more people voting. So in order for the entire election to flip completely in favor of the TPP with 15-0, you either need a high number of persons not voting for the high number of PNM supporters not coming out to vote. That's one factor. And a higher number of persons coming out to vote for the TPP, which is one factor. But coupled with that, you need at least 29,978 people to vote.
You know, I mean, I am kind of surprised. I'm kind of surprised. And here it said, Dr. Mohammed, and I know we don't try to keep you not too long again, just a little bit after you talk about. Now, I want to say a personal experience I had here, and this is what, right? And I'm sharing something personal here now, and I don't know, it should be confidential because he's a politician. I sent Trevor James a message. I said, Trevor James, can you join us on Sunday? He said, Sunday is the day before the election, right?
Yeah.
So I guess I didn't know that the election was Sunday, right? That's the first thing. If I send in you a message to tell you join me on Sunday, you would think that I have an idea that, boy, you want to get a little thing from me before the election, right? Like the same with you, right? He said impossible. And I also think impossible spells I am possible. So I said to himself, I said, well, you have your phone, while you're in the field, not the field like how they just call it the field, or while you're on the road, you could take a little 5 minutes and call and give you a little update. Crickets. And that is the problem I have with them. Seriously.
See, I'll tell you something. We have to understand, one of the things that I have come to realize is that we are balancing modernity with traditionalism, and we're struggling to balance it properly in Trinidad and Tobago. And there are a lot of people who want to talk or has a conversation about modernizing the politics and bringing the politics into the new age and the new dynamics and the new discussion. And I mean, I am one of those people who will tell you that when Mr. Dukran spoke about the new politics in 2007, it was way too early to speak about the new politics, because here we are in 2026 and new politics is still just on paper. It's not practiced. There are young people in the politics that are studying traditional politics, that are practicing traditional politics. There are young people in the politics.
I want you to hold that thought. We got to go for a quick break. Hold that thought. We'll go for a quick break and we'll be right back. So, folks, we're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back. It's Sunday Talk, Let's Talk Politics with Uncle Tommy, Professor Wall Street, COP, Dr. Shane Mohammed, and you on WZYE 95.9 FM. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back with Dr. Shane Mohammed. Stick and stay. Don't go nowhere. We'll be right back.
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio, WZYE 95.9 FM.
We are back with you. It's Sunday Talk, Let's Talk Politics with Uncle Tommy, Professor Wall Street, COP, Dr. Shane Mohammed, and you on WZYE 95.9 FM. We come to you every Sunday from 1 to 4 p.m. That's every Sunday from 1 to 4 p.m. Don't forget, folks, whenever you join us, share the live. WZYE 95.9 FM on Facebook. Subscribe. WZYE TV on YouTube. And you can reach us here at 973-868-1444. That's 973-868-1444.
Also at 973-609-6509, 973-609-6509. And please don't forget to share the live. We thank you.
Yes.
And also, folks, if you have a question for Dr. Shane Mohammed, you can send your question. And if you have, you want to make a quick call to ask a question, you can do that as well. Go ahead, Dr. Mohammed.
Yeah. So what I was saying is that this contradiction between old and new and modernity and traditionalism is something that even the young people are struggling to practice, and I have come to realize, and I've said this in hushed tones, I could say it here to you: we cannot govern a country on hate, and we cannot govern a country on bad mind. And sometimes we have to be able to recognize that when you are in government, you need a all hands on deck. Not only some people on deck, but you need a all hands on deck because you're dealing with a much bigger fish, which is the entire governance of a nation, which is literally the business model of the entire nation that you have to execute and you have to sustain and you have to make profitable and you have to make competitive. And when you are doing something of that macro at that macro level, you don't look for the low hanging fruit. You take the highest caliber of people to put them in spaces and places and to seek their advice because of their expertise, exposure, knowledge, wisdom, whatever, that and their thought process to be able to get the new ideas that you need to move the country forward. But when you're dealing with there are elements within the structure that is only thinking in very myopically that only this grouping of persons or that grouping of persons need to be part and parcel of the thing, then you're going to find yourself struggling, right? I mean, there were several things that was said on the Tobago platform. I didn't always 100% agree with. I think the language by which the message was carried could have been different. Um, we have to also remember that while the ambition is to make Tobago the greatest little island on the planet, um, Tobago is, while an island, is not a remote island in the middle of no man's land, like one of those islands off the south, down in the South Atlantic or in the North Atlantic. Tobago is part of a global ecosystem, and there were some things that I saw was said on the platform that kind of alienated. It was had the potential to alienate persons from the Tobago space. From a space where people are kind, where they want to give goodwill, where they want to help, where they are here for various reasons. I mean, Tobago is a space where people come for various reasons. I could tell you, I come to Tobago when I just need to clear my mind, when I need to get a fresh perspective. There are people who spend months here on vacation because they don't want to be in the cold. There are people who come here because it's safer than where they are, etc., etc. The bottom line is we have to be very careful in our political language that when we use it in our and there are politicians that are younger than me that are in this election that have less political experience than I do, but happen to be in roles in the political sphere. But they become so impassioned about being Tobagonian, which is not a bad thing, but at the same time, you want to have a conversation and you want to use a language that provides a message that does not alienate but also embraces, because Tobago doesn't sit on a shelf by itself.
Well,
I don't know
let me see.
about that.
Yeah, I'm gonna see something here. What I'm gonna see this voice note. 1 minute.
But Dr. Shade Mohammed, I see 15 nil.
Was that?
Where
I see 15 nil. I see 15 seats.
That's a hard one. That's a very hard one. Very, very hard one. Very
For
hard
the-
one.
Well, you are your knowledge, but for the record of this program, I just want to be on the record that COP is the one that said that it's 15.
15 nil is not an impossible thing, but it requires a lot of extensive work.
After those two seats, those two central government seats, I feel Tobago, the thinking of Tobagonians will rush for that 15 seat too. And
But remember,
the TPP
you have to remember though,
everything.
the two parliamentary seats that was won in the general election was won by a deficit of 2,300 votes, meaning that 2,300 people chose not to vote in 2025 that voted in 2021. And I feel like that is something that has to be considered, because in order to get 15 nil, the number needs to go up for one party and possibly outnumber the second party, the other party. And that the tempo of the island, the tempo of the country is one where people are PNM people are going to regain their passion for the PNM that they did not have in 21 and they did not have in April 25. And there are several factors that contribute for that passion to be regained. One of it could very well be that they don't agree with certain things that the central government is doing, and they see the central government as an addendum, the TPP as an addendum to the central government. So it gives them value and reason and purpose to come out and vote. So highly competitive, yes. 15-0, not impossible, but I think at this stage improbable.
I look at it as that 2 central seat that they win over there motivate the people them more to come out for this THA election. And the way how I see Tobago, I'm thinking for years now, they're going to give that TPP full autonomy and everything, the 2 seats and the 15 seater. The 2 central seats and the 15 seater.
That would be ideal. I think that would be ideal.
I see that.
I leave that to, if it happens, great. But if the reality, I can't deal with the possibility that if I say 15-0, that is going on the extreme side. That doesn't allow for my science to.
And if I be sarcastic a little bit, if it ever they will have 15 seats, just say, Mr. COP, you know you have a little political analyst in here. Just mention that, right?
For sure.
Right.
Yeah. The only thing that gives me discomfort is the fact that a lot has transpired since the last election, COP.
Yes.
And I think them 2 MPs, the 2 central government ministers and them, the work them supposed to be doing is to motivate the people them more to give them that 15 seater. And I think they're doing some work.
What's with your mic?
I believe they're doing some work.
What's with your mics muted?
Yeah. And I believe they are doing work, but I think, the numbers don't lie, When you look at the last election and you look at the numbers and you look at the general election and you look at the numbers tell a different story. Right? And I think to me that's most important. And what I am amazed about, flabbergasted, is that they had these numbers and they didn't appear like if they did anything with the numbers. So
well, probably
you
they
had
didn't want to pay anybody.
Huh?
Well, probably they didn't want to pay anybody.
You didn't need to pay somebody for to get the numbers, You could do the numbers.
Some do their homework.
The EBC had the numbers right there. The numbers in
All
the
they do is their homework.
Yeah.
Well, Fali, you're going to do that. Fali, you're going to do that.
EBC numbers are right there. But
numbers are very much there.
Dr. Mohammed, I want to ask you a question. Well, a good friend of WZYE 95.9 FM was Pastor Beans. What happened to Pastor Beans?
Pastor Beans went back to being a pastor. You answered your own question.
So, Dr. Shane, you don't put yourself forward for work, like what you just do, like for the THA election. You don't put yourself forward or write a letter or.
I am available to any political party that is seeking advice or strategy. And my number is very public. Everybody has it. So it's whichever political party needs it, they know how to find me. It is not that I am exclusive to any one political party. Nobody's called. That's fine. But it means, therefore, that outside of me, you had people inside to provide the strategy needed. I just believe that the numbers are a very important thing in this instance.
If this UNC government, if you do the work for this administration, right now, I want to say it publicly, and people don't say about it, if they hire you as a young person with your knowledge to do work, I believe the future of this country will benefit. Because I not listen to you now.
I know.
In all the times I listen to politics and being part of radio talk shows and things, when I listen, in fact I even take things from all you. What all you say and carry it to another radio station and things. Why is I see all you was speaking? It's people like all I used to be taking international, all of them. I used to be taking all your stories and going on the radio station and winning winning in the radio station and them with that.
Yeah, no, listen. I am available. I am publicly saying that I am available. You know, I am available.
I hope one day
Simple like that.
WZYE you're gonna be the analyst for WZYE. What do you think about that, Professor Wall Street?
I think he already
What's
is.
he face, David? What's he face? Marvin, what's he face? When I ask that question,
But
what's
he know I part of the team, so he's getting
all right,
good
he
promoter
just
from
telling
me.
me.
Of course.
Right.
Of course, you're family at WZYE from day one.
Yeah. So he know he's getting good promo.
Let me say this, sir. Dr. Mohammed has never forsaken us. Never.
Yeah, so
Every
true.
single time I call, and when we like little friend thing, when I call Shane, when I drop the doctor, right? He has never forsaken us. And from day one, from since we start here. So this is our platform that when he becomes a minister, I hope you don't forget.
I was further as Prime Minister.
And I am one of before I even come and sit down in this chair, ask Wall Street. I used to always call Wall Street and say, bring back David Mohammed, bring back Shane Mohammed on the program. If you can get him every Sunday on the program, that will be so good. And any other day again, get him on the program. If it's to spend 5 and 10 minutes. And I say, tell you that.
Yeah, well,
bring him on the program.
But I know how busy Dr. Mohammed is there, right? So
no, I don't a little 10 minutes. Sometimes
I don't take his time for
10
granted.
Minutes.
Yeah. I don't take his time for granted in that, so and so. When important things come up, I shoot him a little text, he answers quickly. You understand? And he shows up. And listen, it doesn't mean to say that we always agree, but we have a friendship that we have grown. We don't let the difference in our politics mess with the friendship. And you see, that's what happens a lot, People can't separate.
We must also ask our political leaders and them to hire the people and them that we have confidence in. And that is why I'm saying today.
Well, you see, the problem is that again,
I agree with that.
It comes down to emotions. People emotions.
Dr. Shane, hold a minute. Let me take a quick question from Ulrich. A quick question. No long drawn out question. Go ahead, Ulrich. Give me a good question. What is your question?
All right, okay. Present Sunday to Dr. Mohammed. Dr. Mohammed, sorry for spelling your name wrong. Just now my phone fall on the screen mash up. So I kind of typing like this here. But I want to say that I don't feel that the ruling party in Tobago will lose any seat. I feel it will gain seat. As a matter of fact, and have a whitewash in Tobago. But it's good to see you, man. Long time no see. Have a blessed one.
Thank you, Ulrich. Ulrich, I think Ulrich listening to COP.
I feel he watching I feel he watching Shane. I feel he watching Shane background. I feel he watching Shane background. I feel it right too.
Ulrich. Dr. Mohammed, what we just call Ulrich here?
What do you call him?
The leaning tower of Pizza.
So he always lean in one side?
Yeah, it's like, he just lean here, then he lean there, then he straight up.
It's like him, his personal anthem should be that him leaning.
Oh, as you said that there is one that leaning. Yeah, and he just lean sideways. So every once in a while, you just have to tell him, Ulrich, you're going like the leaning tower of Pizza. I never visited by here. I just never do. So yeah, but Dr. Shane, we wanna thank you so much. So your prediction is 10-5.
Right now, based on what I've seen, I will still place them winning the election with 10-5. There's always the possibility of a 12-3 or a 13-2. I will not rule out a 15-0, but that would be where there are long lines in favor of the TPP tomorrow at the polls. If there's a huge outcome of people tomorrow, it can make it highly competitive, or it can make it a runaway horse, one out of the two. And I think that is the same the thing that Dr. Raghunath and I share. If it's very high voter turnout tomorrow, it could be very, very, very competitive, which leads to his prediction of a possible 8-7 outcome because of the high number of persons that come out to vote. And then there's my prediction that where if there's an extremely high number of persons coming out to vote in favor of the TPP, then it could lean to a 14-1, 15-0, 13-2 outcome. But anyhow, I can't foresee, though, at this point in time, a Tobago People's Party losing the election.
And lastly,
if they do, it will not. If they do lose the election, it would be by 1 seat, and that would be unfortunate.
And let's just say your prediction holds firm, right? And the PNM gets 5 seats, and the TPP win 10 seats. Do you think there will be any reflection as to why we decreased the amount of seats that we had?
The natural thing would be for there to be reflection as to the why, or you may face the arrogance that says, "Oh, we always knew that."
Okay. All right.
So it's up to that. It's up to those. It's up to those who are, in holding the power to understand what it is they need to do, because after 2026 is over, you need to now start putting yourself in order for a 2025 a 2030 general election and a 2030 THA election, which will happen in the same year again. So that is something we have to be mindful about. And what you do and how you do it today and in the couple of years to go will determine what the outcome looks like for 2030. Always. It's a cycle.
COP and Tommy, any last
if I have to
questions?
be sarcastic again, because I like to be controversial, I like to be sarcastic. You know about the word "we papa," Shane?
Yeah. Yes.
When you see that 15-0 tomorrow, you just mention in your mind "we papa," right? You just say that.
Tommy?
Now, Shane, as far as you can see, have you seen any real growth in the last THA chief sec since the prior election?
I think when you, as in the current chief sec, right?
Yes.
I think that there is a level of maturity that has been achieved. He's not 40 years old yet. And I think there's still a lot of maturing to do. And I think that is very critical for growth going down the road and development going down the road and changing mindsets going down the road.
Hello?
Okay.
And that is one of the reasons why I see 15-0. That is one of the reasons why I see 15-0.
You have a comment? You want to make a question?
You hit the nail on the head there.
Hello?
Yeah. That's what I see.
Okay, hold on. I'll put you on. Hold on, I'll put you on. All right, folks, Dr. Moore, just before you go, Mr. Atlanta has a comment. Mr. Atlanta, go ahead. Welcome.
Good morning, Wall Street, Tommy, Cop, and all the listeners. Dr. Shane, I agree with Cop. Tomorrow you'll be saying, "We papa." That's all I have to say. Have a good day.
Shouldn't taking it as we papa.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Listen, as I will say to Cop and I will say to Miss Atlanta, 15-0 is not impossible.
We all looking for a winner.
The 15-0 is not impossible. I don't know that conditions, I will say.
Yeah.
I don't believe that conditions in the run-up to from 2021 to 2025 to the general election there were the general election, especially. We can have a whole discussion for hours upon about the discussion of the general election results in Tobago as it pertains to the TPP winning. That would be controversial, but it is factual. But in terms of the run-up to this THA election, conditions were not ideal for a clean sweep. Conditions are ideal for a second term. And if the second terms comes with the prosperity and progress and development and etc., then you can look forward to a clean sweep in 2030. But that's because there would be an alignment of resources between central government and THA, including discussions and realization of autonomy, which will then be the platform by which they will be a complete whitewash in the 2030 election, or ought to be. So I don't, one of the reasons why I don't also think that 15-0 is healthy is because there's a lot of work to be done. There's a lot of learning to be done. There are some realizations and that must be understood. Realities that must be faced. And when you take that and you put it on the results tomorrow, whether it is 13-2, whether it is, I could see the 13-2 for sure. All things being equal in terms of the seats that needs boosting by the TPP. When the work is all done and the conditions are favorable, the conditions will be ideal in 2030 for a TPP to sweep the floor with everything that they have against the opposition. The opposition is still, you see, the thing about it is the opposition, in my opinion, is still very weak. And for it to be weak and still be weak in my book, 5 is generous, but 5 for me is very realistic at this point in time. It's the most. It's a balance. It's not too much and it's not too little. It's just there. It's a safe prediction for me, and I will be one of the first people to admit that it is a safe prediction, because you don't want to be overly enthusiastic, but you don't want to be unenthusiastic either, and realistic at the same time. All right, so gentlemen,
it's a pleasure. Always a pleasure to have you. And who you on tomorrow? Tobago updates or
Channel 5?
Channel 5. Okay. With
tomorrow morning I am on CNC3, and then tomorrow evening I will be on Channel 5 with Brother B and Odika O'Neill.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Dr. Mohammed is always
you know what problem I give Brother B? Brother B didn't like me on that radio at all, you know.
Yeah.
You know what problem I give Brother B?
Yeah, Dr. Mohammed, you was going to say something?
And Tuesday morning I will be on TTT and Channel 5 again. So yeah, so I have, TTT has found me again.
Hey, TTT found you again?
They found me again.
Hey, you're back in the saddle, man.
I don't know if I'm back in the saddle. They probably didn't have nobody for Monday, for Tuesday morning, so they decided to call.
No, don't try that. Don't try that.
Was it have a seat there for you?
Yeah.
That good.
Yeah. All right, Dr. Mohammed, it's a pleasure.
All right, I will see you all. Okay,
Doc.
Bye-bye.
All right.
Nice having you here, man.
Later. Right.
Thank you.
So there you have
and
it.
Thanks for your knowledge.
Thank you.
There you have it. Dr. Shane Mohammed. Hey, you know something? Let me see if Dr. Raghunath will pick up his phone. Let me see if Dr. Raghunath will pick up his phone. This is a cold call earlier, Dr. Raghunath. Here we go. Maybe you're having lunch or something. All right, hold on.
Nah, Dr. Raghunath, he just be eating lunch and he will still talk.
You feel so?
Yeah, he just rest down his food. Away from the camera.
So, folks, I'm trying to call another political scientist, Dr. Raghunath.
That phone will ring 4 times and he answer.
Nah, it's ringing already, man.
4 ring and he answer, you know.
That's 3.
The phone.
That's 6. Trying to watch it. That's 7. If you hope that prediction, I like your prediction for tomorrow.
Try Dr. Winsford James.
Yeah. Tommy, Tommy, you're on the ball, Tommy. You're on the ball. Dr. James. You're on the ball, man. I should have actually sent him something before, but
Yeah, no, them is people to call them just on your program.
Call.
When you call them first, then you let them know you're on your program, you or something. Let me know what's going on with Tobago.
Quick update.
Yeah.
I'll call Brother B.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll call Brother B. Oh, how much ring this go be, COP?
Yeah?
How much ring this go be?
Well, you might be with CNC3, you might be doing some work with CNC3. But we must be on a leech like them. We must call them.
You must be in church, man. You must be in church.
Yeah, I say so too.
I'm gonna call Brother B. Brother B. Or let me call Max James. Let me call another James here. Max James. Let me see. Max James.
I would like you to call Brother B to allow me to say hello to Brother B.
I'm gonna call him Max. M-A-X. Max. There you go, Max James. This one just calling though. Ring it. This is not one of the James, brother. Maybe he out campaigning. He was out campaigning, man. Max James.
But it's a whole year.
Max, before you say anything, you are live on WZYE 95.9 FM on Sunday Talk. Let's talk politics with Uncle Tommy, Professor Walsh, and COP. How are you doing, Max?
I'm doing my best.
Wonderful. So, Max, we know the election is tomorrow, and we figure that we're trying to get our James, and the James and them kind of in-game, no kind of light. So I say, I going on the James ladder. You understand?
I'm the bottom of the ladder, boy.
No, you're in the middle. Yeah, yes, I'm middle.
All
James.
the ladder is the same. It's same James.
Ladder. So, James, Max, somebody had to be at the top, somebody had to be at the middle, and somebody had to be at the bottom. You in the middle.
I'm going to take where you give me. Wherever you give me, I'm going to take.
Correct is right. So, Max, we're trying to get some feedback about the election there tomorrow. We just had Dr. Shane Mohammed on there, and he was saying that he can see a 10-5 in favor of the TPP. We had a gentleman here by the name of COP. He was seeing a 15-0 whitewash. Tommy, what did you say, Tommy?
I tend to think 10-5 is realistic.
Right, Tommy said 10-5. And my prediction was a TPP victory.
Well, I am with you. I am with you on that. I don't have a crystal ball. People predict all sorts of permutations, but I think that the TPP will win. The margin, I'm not so sure.
But Max, do you think the margin will be bigger? Well, it can't be bigger. Well, bigger, 15-0. Or do you think the margin will be smaller? Just from being on the ground. What says you?
Well, the PNM are past masters of subterfuge. The PNM will tell you what they're doing. But if you wish, we could go through all the seats and then one by one.
See. That's all right. Yeah, let's go.
Well, all right. So let's start with Roxborough. I think so you'll mark that down. So Roxborough is a win for the TPP.
Okay, Roxborough,
yes.
TPP. Okay.
Farley is going to win the seat. That is Charlottesville, Lansdowne East, Speyside.
Charlottesville, TPP.
That's 2. Whitey is going to win his seat. That's into Castara and Moriah.
Castara.
That's 3.
Castara, Moriah. I don't know the official seat. So that's another one.
Yeah.
I think Faith is going to win, but not by the same margin she won it the last time. But she's going to win the seat.
What seat is that? If you know.
That's it. Belgarden, Glamour.
Okay.
Into
Belgarden. Okay,
into
Okay. Like 4.
Well, there was some healing. There was some healing in the Goodwin Monks and George seat. So I expect the incumbent to win her seat. All right.
All right.
Right.
Roxbury, Charlotte, Castara, Belgarden, Goodwill, yeah.
Natisha should win her seat as well.
Which one is that?
That is the Mission Hall, South Bagatelle, into Bagatelle, around there.
Okay.
That's 6. I talked to my brother Trevor. He said he feels comfortable.
Hey,
so I said,
Max.
Oi,
Max.
yes.
I have a bone to pick with your brother, you know.
What?
I ain't gonna pick it now. Go ahead.
No, pick it. No. All right.
Go ahead.
So that's how much? 8?
7.
That's 7?
Yeah.
All right. That is Scarborough.
Roxbury, Charlotte, Castara, Belgarden, Goodwill, Mason Hall, Trevor James. Go ahead.
That is how much? 7?
7, yeah.
Right. Well, they're bound to pick up 2 more. They will pick up what's the seat there? They will pick up my God.
What seat?
This Plymouth seat. Plymouth Golden Lane.
Okay.
That's that one. That is how much you have? The 8. That's 8?
Yeah.
And I was saying they're bound to pick up 2 more at least. So you have BlackRock.
Okay.
BlackRock Plymouth, I think I think that's the name.
Okay.
Then you have Moncton in Bethel. Right.
Okay.
And the rest, to be honest, I'm not so sure. Okay. But I think based on what the energy, there seems to be the wind under the sails of the TPP. So worst case for me is either 9-6 or 10-5. Worst case.
Well, let me ask you a question now. If it becomes 10-5, right, that means to say that the TPP will have reduced by 4 seats.
Correct.
Right? Does that send a message to the TPP about their last 4 years in office?
Most definitely, because I fell out with some of the executives there, and I told them not to send home persons who were located at TATCO, and they tried to heal it afterward. But I think for persons who definitely will be listening, when you look at the seriousness of the campaign, it is a small matter in respect of those employment issues. The more people who have been employed otherwise, I think when you look at the blueprint that the TPP has put out, and coming from where I have come from, that is what, about 25, 26, 27 years ago. It's a long time, but it's very it's a very long time, but it looks as if it's yesterday, because I was there in 1996. So it's 30 years ago. Wow. You're looking at. And I think that Tobago now has a very good chance to completely remove the PNM from Tobago. And I think for those who are listening and those who really want to send them and spread the message, it's a seminal moment. I can tell you, it's a seminal moment. It's a very important moment in our political history. And I'm hoping that people will see the importance of it. Because if the PNM were to win these elections, it will put us back maybe another minimum 4 or 8 years.
4 or 8 years, that is all?
Well, maybe more. But at the minimum, because I think that there were some unfolders that they would have made. I myself did not, was not very happy with some of the things, but I don't think it's enough to move the needle in favor of the PNM. Right. I think what is most important is for people to see, yes, or none of us, many of us were unhappy with a few things, but who is not unhappy with the existing political directory in any other country, right? if you look around the world, China, Russia, Ukraine, right there in the United States, you know, I won't go into United States politics. I would say this, maybe you'll jump, but I like Trump. I know he's a little bit not what I like him to be, but I think for the most part, when I look at the lifestyle of many Americans, I don't like it. We come from a country here in Tobago where we're not accustomed to those kind of gay and lesbian kind of behaviors. I don't know if I'm hurting anyone by saying that, but and the drug issues, right? And those three main issues I like Trump for. Same way in Tobago, yeah. There are lots of things that we may not like the Prime Minister for. I don't like the fact that the traffic penalties are so onerous. But I mean,
yeah, but Mark,
I drive and keep my side, so that not gonna bother me.
Yeah, but Max, let me be honest, right? I hear anyway. No. We talking about the election. I go stay focused. We talking about
leave
election.
that alone.
Yeah, but I go leave that.
I'm saying the important thing now. The important thing now is for Tobagonians to understand what is in front of them. What is in front of them? You have a grand opportunity to keep focused on the gains we would have made years ago, and that is the key thing. We will not like everything that the representatives and the secretaries may have done, and as I'm saying, that is par for the course. It happens all the time, but then you can't give up the gains because something didn't go your way.
Correct.
And think that is what is important. Having said that, because I know many people will be listening, I don't want people to go with the impression that we are anti-TPP. But I'm saying it is a critical moment of our political development. It's a critical moment of our political history. It's a critical moment for us to keep the reins. And I think the blueprint is a marvelous document in terms of what it portends for the development of Tobago politically and socioeconomically, most importantly.
You know, I think I think that what we would like to see come out of Tobago is for the PNM to be abolished. Right? I mean, we know the possibility of that is not going to happen. That they can never see the corridors of power in Tobago again for the next half a century.
We just have to win this one.
Yeah.
Once we win this one, money is going to flow. Opportunities are going to present themselves in a big way. And I think that once the party gets through with this one election, when things are going to improve so much that jobs will be overflowing, I believe, revenue streams, and even our self-governance is the critical thing. With that being the case, we'll be able to set our own agendas, develop our economy, develop our society, and I think that right now is the time to ensure that we hold steady in respect of what is likely to happen, what will happen actually in the Tobago space from Tuesday morning.
So, Max, last question before you go. If Dennis the Menace loses seat, will he be a de facto political cemetery politics in Tobago?
I would like to think so, because it would have been 2 in a row he would have lost. And I don't think Kelvin Morris can make the cut. I don't see outside of those two, except the councillor, Miss Benoit or Mrs. Benoit. But I don't know. She might be a bright person. I like her as an individual. I mean, as a person. But I don't think she can the imagination PNM party here in Tobago. So once the PNM, and if you look across the PNM party, I don't think there's any other person. This Senator Hislop he's one of the other persons who is there. I don't think people take to him kindly. The Kamfokojo, I don't think she can make it. Then you have the other minister, neither. So it's going to be a very long haul for them to, as the proverbial statement, come out from the ashes like the phoenix. But so I think that Tobago just has to win this election on the part of the TPP. Once they get through this one, then it should be plain, smooth sailing. And to go back to Dennis as the question is, not Dennis, what's his name? Ansel Dennis.
Yeah, Ansel Dennis.
If he misses the mark this time, that's it. What we say in Tobago, are you Pancho? That's that. Are you?
Yeah, in America we say
Pancho.
In America we say Christmas.
So I don't think that he will make the grade ever again, because where else will he go? Where else can he win a seat, assuming he remains? And I think that if he loses his seat, they'll be rudderless for a very long time. I don't see it happening. I think that with the collaboration of the current government in Trinidad, I think the Prime Minister, the current Prime Minister, always had a good heart for Tobago.
Yep.
Right? I know her just a little bit when she visited us when I was in office as a secretary under Ho Choi. Very smart person. I think she's very smart. But I think at this stage, when they win, I think that they are going to win. Because you never know how the ball will bowl in Trinidad. Yeah. And so the 2 seats, if it remains so, because the constitutional autonomy, I think it would be better if we can find a way to have only, we say these things now because I think the populace has matured enough to receive what I'm going to say. We don't want any party from Trinidad functioning to be.
Why do you all say it's not Trinidad and Tobago? Why do you all say, my father's at Tobago, why do you all say you don't want no party from Trinidad functioning in Tobago? Why do you all say
because as it stands, we just have to look at the present configuration. There is no Tobagonian, and I'm not talking about Julian John, because she's effectively, for all wants and purposes, a Trinidadian, and so on, right? But there's no Tobagonian who is part of the governmental structure. And I'm talking Ashford, who they made a token senator, right? That is just a little payback.
Yeah, but the Prime Minister was thinking about making Fali part of the National Security Council, though. The PNM never even put that on the table.
The point I'm making is that the next, if we were to extrapolate it, the next Trinidadian to control Tobago might have just been conceived, and we don't want that. The next Tobagonian to control Tobago should be now conceived, rather than the next Trinidadian to control Tobago is now being conceived, because we don't want that. We want our people here in Tobago to make our own decisions, determine our own laws, determine our own policies, without interference from anybody who resides in Trinidad, who is born in Trinidad. Why it is that they should make decisions for us?
So wait now. You tell
me why they should make decisions for us.
And Uncle Tommy. So when we make when Trinidad vote for Ian Robinson to be the Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, and we vote for Keith Rowley to be Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, we didn't think like how Tobagonians think today.
We could look at the performance of Trinidadians. Even though Robinson became the Prime Minister and then the President, they never liked him. They almost killed him. Look at Rowley.
But Max, How could they not like him and they vote him to be the prime minister, or they vote his party to be the party running?
Yeah. But I'm looking at the four.
And then they vote Rowley too to be the thing. And then Max. And then how?
So here's what.
How could he?
And give him the opportunity to take $1 million back after.
How could the current government give Tobago its highest allocation in the history, its highest allocation ever, and you will say that Trinidadians don't feel? Well, I'm not putting no words in your mouth. Go ahead.
No, I'm saying we could go back as way as Agnes Wills. The PNM never liked him, and he never became the leader. Robinson, if you look, you just have to Google it if you can't remember it off our heads, and see how they treated Robinson. See how Pandey treated Robinson, right? The Trinidadians generally, when he instituted the 10%, it was 10 or 5%, and then the mobilization tax, and they almost killed him.
Max, the only reason why is this policies, the policies that he had. The people were dealing with him based on his policies. They wasn't dealing with him personally. That they didn't like him because he was a Tobagonian.
I want to ask Mark. Professor.
One minute. COP, wait. One minute. You see, they was dealing with the policies. They wasn't dealing with him from a personality perspective that he was a Tobagonian.
I think the dislike transcend the policies. Why Manning wasn't treated that way, neither George Chambers were treated that way. You understand what I'm saying? In terms of
George Chambers bad. Chambers don't see. I didn't even that know you may mean. But the man sang a song, Chambers don't see already. And Trinidadians started to say Chambers don't see.
I'm saying the social revolt did not occur. And the social revolt did not occur in respect of Manning and Chambers. And if you look at the last PNM, when Imbert increased the gas prices about 3 or 4 times, and he made a joke of it, he said, "Look, I increased this thing," and then revolt yet. If that was Robinson, Crapo smoky pipe.
No, I don't.
And that's the thing. And I'm saying, but I'm saying, anyhow you take it, it is a natural God-given right for a people to determine their own future and not others making policy for them. I think whether my arguments sound good to you or my arguments are acceptable, it's a natural God-given right for us to govern our own selves. And I think that is inserted in the United Nations Charter.
COP, go ahead with your question.
Yeah, I don't think I want to ask that question again because that will just throw off the conversation on the Tobago House election. But I would just go simple and ask him.
Whether COP want to ask you a question or not, the fact that that is where we're going.
All right, I want to ask the question now. Under which administration? The Tobago House of Assembly was established, and which administration was in office?
From which time you're talking about? This PNM in 1980, Act number 37, 1980, and the UNC, Act number 40 of 1996.
That established,
and on both cases, you had the DSC in 1980 and the NER in 1996.
No, who develop the
NER in 1986 or 1996?
NER 1996, 96.
That was a collaboration with the UNC.
And the DSC in 1980 through Act number 37. And on the UNC/NER, Act number 40 of 1996.
Right, and we had the Tobago House of Assembly in office, enter under the UNC and the NER.
Right, so
the PNM had nothing to do. The PNM had nothing to do with the development of the Tobago House of Assembly, as what they're fighting for now, as if them create that PNM, Tobago House of Assembly.
The PNM never wanted anything for Tobago. In fact, it is Kamaluddin Mohammed that changed the motion to say the PNM changed the motion to say that they give Tobago self-government.
And if wasn't for the vision of the UNC under Basdeo Pandey that time, we might not even have a Tobago House of Assembly in Tobago. We might just have Trinidad and Tobago planting peas again for Trinidad.
No, I think you get it wrong. In 1980, it was the PNM in power in Trinidad. 1980 under Act number 37, 1980. The PNM was in power in Trinidad, not the UNC. The UNC was in power in 1996 with Ramesh was the Attorney General at the time and Pandey was the Prime Minister at the time, 1996.
And they formed a coalition with NAR.
No, they formed the coalition with NAR when they had the 33, I think it was, something like that.
And they established the Tobago House of Assembly. And today we have the Tobago House of Assembly.
No, the Tobago House Assembly came into being in 1980. It was restored and came into being in 1980 under Act number 37.
Gabby Williams.
And then it continued like that up until 1996, December the 9th, 1996.
So, Max, just before you go, right? Just before you go.
Now, you take as much time as you want.
Yeah, Max, in 1986, NAR was in power, correct?
Yes.
And they lost to the PNM in 1991, right?
Something like that.
And then they formed a government with the UNC in 1995, right? That was under Pandey. 1995 to 2001.
I really can't remember.
Yeah. All right, because you tell me something about NAR in 1996. NAR wasn't in power.
1995, remember, you had Robinson and Pandey sometime when Robinson and Pandey, well, they broke up. But remember, we had the coup was in 1990.
1990.
Yeah, the coup was what? July 27, 1990.
Yeah.
Right. And Robinson and Pandey broke up just around that time. Or just before that, when you had I think they'd gone back to was it what they call them, Club 88.
But anyway, Mark.
The development, Professor Wall Street and Mark, the development that we see in Tobago today, it was the vision of Basdeo Pandey and Iana Robinson, and today we see the success of their work and the opportunity that the Tobagonians have today. Otherwise, if without them two of them, Basdeo Pandey and Iana Robinson, today Tobagonians might have still be planting peas for Trinidad and for the Caribbean.
I don't know what you say there. I had to respect you, but I want to
Max,
I just want Pali to win the
he put in your legs. Max, he just put in your legs.
He put in my legs. Well, I hope
I want Pali to win 15 seats.
I had to say that.
Don't take it.
Let me say.
Yeah, Tommy, go ahead. Hold on. Tommy, go ahead.
As far as I'm concerned,
yeah,
there has not been any Trinidad government that has treated Tobago as it should be treated, except the time when Robinson was in power. And
Max,
then they say,
hold on.
Let me finish this sentence.
No, I can't let you get away with that, Max. Max,
no.
Which government give Tobago its highest allocation in its history?
No. Well,
which government?
To that.
One for Mark, right?
No, I'm saying what the Trinidadians were saying. Robbie taking money and give it to Tobago.
No, but
remember, Robinson did two projects, two on the capital side, the Deepwater Harbor and the airport, and Trinidadians were livid. They say, "Listen, Robbie, they taking money and give to Trinidad. That time they're taking all of your all wealth and build Trinidad, or human resources building Trinidad, or natural resources building Trinidad." You understand what I'm saying? And when they're talking not at Trinidad, they really mean Tobago, but they don't want to say that.
But that was the PNM. That was the PNM party was saying that.
Trinidadians generally, because they were misled. I'm saying
PNM
to you,
supporters.
I'm saying to you, the first time Tobago got any real and significant increase was under Robinson and now under Kamala.
Well, so Max, just before you go, right?
For that.
We only have about a minute or so. Max, before you go. But I think, Max, it's somewhat dishonest to say that no government, when the government in power have given you its highest allocation in history.
But I just admitted that. No, but I just admitted that.
Or you change your mind. You change your mind.
No, I didn't change my mind. I admitted that.
Max, I wanted to ask you a question before you go.
I didn't change my mind. I'm saying there's no government except Robinson and no Kamala.
All right. You change your mind. All right, quickly, Max. Tommy, go ahead. I have a quick question for Max.
I didn't change my mind at all. I'm giving credit to the Prime Minister and this present UNC government.
Okay.
And Robinson. But I'm saying all other governments. Pandemically killers.
Right. Tommy, go ahead quickly.
Max, I wanted to know what you think the effects of that radar is, the current radar in Tobago is on tomorrow's vote.
Well, I'm glad you asked the question. The radar is inconsequential. The Americans don't need a radar in Tobago to see inside Venezuela. They have spy satellites. They have all kinds of equipment. They have human intelligence on the ground as we speak. They have spy satellites, and they have radar elsewhere. Tobago, when I was doing business management, the lecturer at the time, he said, American politics is like American football, He said, you see when they're scrumming here, they created these two ones here, and then the ball pass, and a man going with the ball down to touchdown. The real play is also. So why are we making all this hullabaloo about the radar? That know what the play is? That is just a distraction. The Americans are so strong militarily and technologically. They don't need a little pipsqueak radar in Tobago to see what's going on in Israel. That was just a little charade and misdirection. So all this talk about the radar, we don't need it. Kamala doesn't need it, and the Americans don't need it. In a real sense, in terms of what is going on in Venezuela.
But Max, we don't need it. So what happened in Caroni? There was another radar that picked that up.
I don't know what went on in Caroni. Tell me.
There was a drug bus in Caroni River, a big drug bus.
You don't need a radar to make no drug bus in Caroni.
But so all right. So what you're saying is that the commissioner of police was lying to the population then?
I have no comment on what the commissioner is saying. All I know from my avid research and understanding of life and limited understanding of military matters, I'm becoming a voracious reader and researcher. I'm saying to you, the Americans don't need the radar.
Trinidad and Tobago needed it.
For what purpose?
Because the Venezuelan was threatening us.
All them fellas and them drug. But Max,
that is value opinion. We could say, I'm saying, if they need it, all the Kamala need to say, we are installing a radar to look at occurrences on the ground and maybe limited occurrence in terms of drug interdiction.
Max, you know for a fact, every security issue, you can't tell the people exactly what it is. Well, Max, I don't want to keep you any longer. Max, any closing words before you go?
Well, I think what I really wanted to tell Tobagonians today, that there is we are at a critical juncture of our history, our political history, an opportunity for socio-economic development. We just have to get past this particular election. I think Tobagonians, in spite of whatever grouses they may have, and I'm saying having a grouse is a usual thing, is not abnormal to have a grouse. But I don't think the grouse, teeth and tongue, this clash. And I'm saying to you, husband and wife and children, just fall out. But I'm saying it can't be to such an extent where we'll divorce the TPP. But I think they have done more good than bad for the 4 years. They have come up with the blueprint. They have now found their way, and I think we must give them the opportunity to function, to form the next government here, so that Tobago can really take its place in the country that is Trinidad and Tobago. So I think that people must go out. I want to thank the Prime Minister for what all she has done and is going to do. And Tobagonians, I say to you, don't miss this opportunity. Let's do it. Let's stay the course. Let's keep the anchor well anchored, and Tobago will rise and Tobago will flourish.
Thank you so much, man. It's always a pleasure.
Yeah, man.
Thank you, man. Bless.
No problem.
Take 10 out
Folks,
of 10.
Take that break. We go take that break. It's Sunday Talk. Let's talk politics. And when we come back, we go make our next quick call. We calling like crazy today, boy.
Cool.
I
We in a
agree.
calling mood today. You know.
I agree.
Let's take that break. We'll be right back.
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio, WZYE 95.9 FM.
We're back with you. It's Sunday Talk. Let's talk politics with Uncle Tommy, Professor Wall Street, COP and you on WZYE 95.9 FM. We come to you every Monday, Tuesday, and every Sunday from 1 to 4 p.m. That's every Sunday from 1 to 4 p.m. Don't forget, folks, whenever you join us, share the live. WZYE 95.9 FM on Facebook. Subscribe, WZYE TV on YouTube. And you can reach us here at 973-868-1444. That's 973-868-1444.
Also 973-609-6509, 973-609-6509. And as the professor said, please share that live, and we thank you.
COP, you know you next? Or COP on the phone. All right. Folks, we're going to make our next call here. Volsang, it is Max James. That is the brother of Trevor James and Winford James. I'm making our next call here, folks. Hold on. I'm making our next call here. I don't know who it is, but I'm making it. God, he not answer. He like that. I'm not calling back again. So you know it's me. There's no fake call. Calling him twice. All right, he ain't taking me calls then. All right. Let me try back this fella one more time. Dr. Raghunath. You know what? Let me try Fadi Chavez. What do you think? What do you think?
Yes. Nice way how to go.
All right, let me try Fadi.
Nice way how to go.
Let me try Fadi.
And Faith too.
Let me try Fadi. I wonder if I have Faith number, Fadi. Which one is this, boy?
Who in Tobago? No. Call Fali and tell them WZYE trying to get on.
I didn't even know how to
Call all your leaders. Susan, call your leader.
Yes,
somebody must know somebody and let them to know WZYE trying to get on to them. And anyone in the executive. Election is tomorrow. Election is tomorrow. Ole answer ole phone yet?
Let me try this other one. All right, this one ringing.
Phone not even supposed to be ringing 4 times.
It's ringing. That one ringing.
Come Fali. Don't disappoint us here.
All right. I'm gonna try Faith. Never seen her, my boy. What was her name before she changed her last name?
Brebner.
No. That she married name, man.
Israel.
Israel, yeah, that is it. I'm gonna try she then. Feed. Here we go. Oh, it busy. She have a next call.
And you must leave voice message on the phone when they answer it. You'll see they'll call back. Just mention WZYE and you'll see they'll call back.
So me, who's them two fellas in office? Who's them two what's the name again, boy? Them two representatives, man.
The minister name?
No, from Tobago. Suzanne, what is the name of them thing? I try and just go on my phone. What is the name of the two representatives from YT? YT is one of them. Let me see if I have YT. He's still running? YT running still? I know his real name, no? All right. Let me try. Win for one.
The name of the MPs in Tobago. Contact number, send it for we too.
Yeah, if only have a send it for we. Call Ava. I don't have Ava number. Anybody have Ava number? Ava more call. Yeah. You could call she number. I think I could call she on I'll go try something. I try Dr. Winford James again. Let me see if I have Ava number. Ava. Who's this Ava here? I want to call her number just so. No. That was the wrong number too, yes? Okay, folks. We're not calling mood today. Let me see if I can get Ava McCall. I need that one. Ava. Here we go. All right, I think I get it. Ava, here it is. I get it. This is calling Ava McCall. Okay, hold on. Let me take this call. Bishop, welcome.
Hey, blessed appearing heart.
Yeah.
I just calling Uncle Tommy. Good evening to you again.
Good evening, sir.
Pleasant good evening to you, Mr. COP.
Good evening,
I noticed that you're trying to get on to the hippie of the party, but what alone? Why? Because why you're calling? I called somebody and nobody say you wouldn't get them because they're all on motorcade at this time. So the noise even they may not hear. So I don't know who on the outside, but I'm following you up. If I could get something anchor, I will get back to you.
Yeah.
Have a blessed one. I love the question that you all ask the brother that was there with you all. Very, very great question and good answers.
Yeah, man.
So
Bishop,
Well,
call
at this
Bishop.
junction, I'm just waiting to open the church door.
Right, Bishop, call
start
a few of them
my
and tell them WZY trying to
And,
reach them. Call a few of them and tell them WZY trying to reach them.
Yes, I'll follow you.
All right, man.
Okay, bless. Okay.
Thank you, Bishop.
Yeah, thank you, Bishop. You see? Let's see, we have people
And
listening.
Susan do that work too, Susan.
Susan, you do your work, you know, Susan. You ain't doing your work, man.
Yes. Tell the husband to run in the office over there and get all of them number.
Yeah.
Come back. Good evening to you and your family.
Yeah, what a number I have, boy? Let me see. Tommy, you remember them two fellas, boy? Let me see Tobago.
Susan says she live in Tobago 18 years now. She feels as a Tobagonian.
Which two fellas you talking about?
We used to have them on here, man. Oh, let me call. You think Ansel Dennis go answer?
Yes, I bet you he answer your phone.
Let me call
All
Ansel Dennis.
position them answering the phone now. First they want to fool people.
Let me see Ansel Dennis.
Right now, all of them will be available.
Hold on, hold on. Nah, that is it. Let me see Dennis. Ansel Dennis. We know more going, boy. All right, let me try over here. Well, he had to be in a thing too.
Okay.
So I'm definitely not okay. Oh, look who calling me back, Dr. Faith B. Israel.
Yeah.
Dr. Israel, welcome. You are live on WZY 95.9 FM. We are shining with Uncle Tommy, Professor Walshik, and COP. We wanted to get 2 minutes of your time to just give us a quick update on what's going on there on the ground in Tobago. We are live from the diaspora.
Certainly, that's not a problem.
How are you doing, Mr. Faith?
I am doing very well.
Dr. Faith,
I thank
you for returning the call. I really appreciate it.
Not a problem.
Yeah. So we are here in the diaspora, and we are trying to get some feedback about the climate. We have had predictions with respect to the election, and we had political scientists on here, and they are telling us it looks like there's a 10-5. I know you may not agree with that in favor of the TPP. So, from your perspective, what do you see on the ground there in Tobago?
So we recognize that the average Tobagonian sees the good works that we've done over the last 4 years in the middle of all of the adversities, in the middle of all of the oppression, and in the middle of all of the downright wickedness that we experienced from the PNM central government. But we stood firm and we delivered it to the people of Tobago. And what we see is them willing to give us another chance to continue doing that good work. So we are very optimistic. We are getting very, very good support on the ground. Our numbers seem to be very good. And our aim is really to encourage everyone who supports us to come out and vote for us tomorrow. If they come out and vote for us tomorrow, there'll definitely be no turning back, and Tobago will be able to execute what we have in our blueprint, which is in essence our mandate from the people.
But Dr. Faith, what does people, I mean, the TPP have done, a significant good job, and the central government, have decided to give TPP its highest allocation in Tobago's history, right? That never happened, never ever happened under any PNM government. What is it that people see, right, that they will even want to go back and vote for the PNM?
Which is why we are so confident. It is why we think that Tobagonians finally seeing the light at the end of the tunnel, finally seeing a pathway to real prosperity, a pathway to real success, a pathway to true development. And then there's no reason to go back at this point, which is why we are confident. But we are encouraging people to not just be confident with us, not just support in words, but support in deeds. And the only deed that is truly recognizable at this point is to vote tomorrow.
And some people are expecting no smaller than 15-0. Some people are looking at, I mean, it will be great. It will be great for the TPP to continue the job that it's doing. But Dr. Faith, there is one thing that we are hearing consistently, is that many people believe there could be better communication between the TPP and the people on the ground. What do you say?
And I agree with that 100%. As a matter of fact, in every interview that I've had, I have identified that as our biggest shortcoming. Our biggest shortcoming, because while we were working hard, while we were overcoming obstacles. And while we were trying to figure out the next steps, we did not communicate as well as we should have to the people for them to understand what may have caused us to not deliver as quickly as we had hoped to. And that is something that we definitely going into this next term, engendering to do better. And, it's just, I think we were just so bombarded with everything, because remember, we came in the middle of COVID, there was the oil spill, there was Hurricane Beryl, and on top of that, we had full, complete opposition from the central government, the PNM-led central government. So I think, and then if you add the political wranglings that happened internally within our party, moving from PDP to independent to TPP, there was really a lot happening, and I think we just had our heads down and we were just trying to focus to do the work. Now that we're a little bit more settled, I think we will do a better job at communicating.
Dr. Faith, I want to do this. I want to give you a round of applause for that answer you just gave there, because you know why? That is a very honest answer. Normally politicians would have turned that question and answer it totally differently, but you answer that question very, very honestly, and we do appreciate it. And I think that's what people want politicians to do. If there is a question, or if you think there is thing you can do better, to answer it honestly, and once you get back into power, now that this is something we have to work on, and you could work on diligently. So just quickly, let me just play this for you.
Dr. Faith. Wall Street, no audio.
You have a good question, Tommy?
Yes. I want to ask Dr. Faith what she see as the fallout of the radar issues that seem to be plaguing Tobago at this time.
I didn't get that properly. I'm not hearing clearly.
Repeat. What seemed to be the fallout with the radar issue that's plaguing Tobago? That's Tommy's question. What seemed to be the fallout with the radar issue?
There's no radar issue that's plaguing Tobago, and we have not seen a fallout from that. That was just another example of PNM trying to manufacture an issue, hoping that it would have been the thing that got them victory. But we have not seen any fallout, and there isn't an issue when you ask the average Tobagonian about it.
Okay.
Before we let
that answer. Good evening to you, Dr. Faith. I like that answer over there, because that was just a PNM propaganda and news carrying story. Whereas we had a journalism in Trinidad going all in the bush and trying to see over 30 feet galvanized to breach national security. So that was only a PNM propaganda. But what I will give you all 10 out of 10 for over 20 years, I have been calling radio station and asking the Tobagonian to make sure that the vote of the PNM the PNM should never have a say in the Tobago House of Assembly. I seen that coming to pass. And why that coming to pass is because the good work you, Fali, and all the team doing. I see more representation, more delivery. I see more production, and I see a political party that will really take Tobago from, I will say, poverty to prosperity. And I will give only 10 out of 10 for the work that they're doing. I also see 15 seat you all will be winning. I don't see the PNM winning any seat, and that will be my dream come true, to make sure that the PNM lose in Trinidad and in Tobago. And we have nothing like PNM in Trinidad and Tobago again. For 21 years, the PNM represents straight with no disturbance the Tobago House of Assembly. And what you all fighting to do today is what the PNM deny you all yesterday and the years before. So most I could say, I could give you all 10 out of 10 for the work that you're doing. Continue doing what you're doing. Mobilize, encourage, inspire the future of Tobago to vote with the TPP.
So, Dr. Faith.
Thank you. Thank you.
Dr. Faith,
That is the future of Tobago, I believe.
So, Dr. Faith, any closing words before you go? And I want to say again, thank you very kindly for taking the call. and for calling us back. We do appreciate that very much. Any closing words before you go?
Not a problem. Certainly, we just want to encourage all of Tobago to come out and vote. We have a massive motorcade that is happening now, but I don't want the average Tobagonian to get too excited about that and to think that we have already won. Elections are won on election day, and we need every single supporter to leave their homes, to leave their work, to leave their leisure, and spend a little bit of time going into the polls and voting for the anchor. And that is all that we are asking for, and we will continue doing the hard work that you've elected us to do.
Dr. Faith, thank you so very kindly.
Thank you, Dr.
And when that success come tomorrow, all we want is just a call again. That is all we need, a call again.
Not a problem.
We must celebrate together in phone call.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Folks, you see it? All you see it? It's better to try and fail than fail to try.
And you see what time it is that you get to communicate.
Yeah. So, Suzanne. No, let me go.
Suzanne, thanks for giving us the number. Thanks for calling them and telling them take the call.
Yeah, I was
Suzanne will do that. If she will call and say WZYE, call and call back.
Yeah, you know
Thanks, Suzanne.
Hey, Tommy, you's a prophet. Hey, you know, listen, sir. I was talking to a partner.
This is my phone.
That's your phone? Yeah, take the call.
It's KFC.
Take the call.
Take the call?
Yeah, take the call.
KFC, you're live.
Hi, good afternoon, Professor Washington. Uncle Tommy and COP.
Yeah.
Good evening to you, KFC.
Uncle Tommy, we're asking the boss man if they'll take more calls. Well, they're trying to throw many garbage.
No, I ain't showing any garbage.
I don't support this program, but
No. I wanted to know if you wanted to talk at this time.
KFC, you wanted to know if I was on another call to take your call, KFC.
Go ahead.
Yeah, brother.
I went across by the headquarters to take in the press conference. By the press conference, I'm good and pay. But when I see what going, it blew my mind. I like Lady Trips here. I had to come out and talk the truth, but I just waiting to see now. But as I come and take him back to the press conference, we know all them things they give it for the Wally, food card, Christmas Day food card, and then call me and give me a little food card, right? Nothing at all. A supporter like me, who fight and toil for the last 9 years, that was going on. But sir, what should I just hold him back? I'm more to say, because I escaped. Say, like Lady Trips, say, coming and talk my mind, because I want to suffer for the last 9-year-old pain and do she, Because I fight and toil for a party and I see like a black smoke blowing at me. And there are people thinking, I'm more to say, but God is the boss. Bless.
Thank you, KFC.
You have any voice notes for me?
I didn't check. I'm gonna check.
I don't know voice notes. But I want to play some.
Wall Street.
Yo.
I can take off this camera for 5 minutes. I'll come back on there.
Yeah, I take it off.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna try Dr. Raghunath one more time. Okay. Okay, folks. Let me. All right. I have to give you guys this before we go. I want to give you guys this before we go. Let me hang up that. Try that again. Hold on, go to here. Folks, there is a video that I did an editorial on
Dr. Johnson?
Say that again?
Dr. Johnson's?
Yes, Dr. Johnson, Tommy. You get it absolutely correct. Tommy, you know what I'd be sad about? In that the fella is an educated fella.
Yeah, but he could be
I think
misinformed.
sometimes he does. Yes, and I think sometimes he's doing stuff for clickbait. I want to think that it is clickbait.
Whoever his advisor is, they misled him.
Yeah. Hold on. Yeah. Well, you think so? You think he got misled?
Of course, he was misled.
What do you think? I am just shocked sometimes that.
He was also misinformed.
Oh, badly. Too bad. So, folks, I want you all to take a listen to this. All right? And this is what happens if you think education is expensive. Try ignorance. Because it is sad that a man could actually go out and make these type of comments. Right? I want you all to listen to this. Take a listen to this,
Guess who it is? Trinidad and Tobago. Want to know why? Most Caribbean islands have a black president and or black prime minister. Trinidad and Tobago is unique, Art, because the prime minister of Trinidad and Tobago, a woman by the name of Kamala, first name Kamala, okay? So even though the population of Trinidad and Tobago, Art, is 40% black, it's also 40% East Indian, and it's 20% mixed. And I've been to Trinidad and Tobago. And do you know what I was told by the Trinidadian and Tobagan Africans there, our black brothers and sisters? They told me that Trinidad and Tobago is dominated by the East Indians. They told me that they are racist, that they control the import and export. They told me that they control the drug trade. They told me that they control the used car industry. I was even told in Trinidad and Tobago by our black brothers and sisters, our Trinidadian African brothers and sisters, that if an ethnic war broke out, if a race war broke out in Trinidad and Tobago between the blacks and the East Indians, we would probably lose. Because even though we're 40% of the population and they're 40% of the population, they control the entire infrastructure, Art.
Tommy.
Yep.
It is so disappointing.
It's disheartening.
When you hear yeah, disheartening. When you hear the brother talk and he knows not what he's talking about. Absolutely.
Ignorant of the facts.
Yes, ignorant of the facts. Totally ignorant. And sounding like if this is fact-based. This is not fact-based. This is click-based. It's not fact, it's click-based. But anyhow, let me finish listening.
So when I say I would like to respectfully know whether or not Sister Nicki Minaj identifies as an East Indian or an African, that's not just for American African purposes, Art. That's for Trinidadian African.
Tommy, have Trinidad ever had this subject, ever have to worry about whether Nicki Minaj is black or she's East Indian or she's half? We ever had that discussion?
Never.
So where did he come up with that from?
There's been a bit of controversy going on with Nicki Minaj lately that it goes beyond what he's talking about.
Yeah, I mean, Nicki Minaj is coming on supported Trump. That's all right. You understand? If she wants to support Trump, let her support Trump. Nothing wrong with that. And then there was a petition. They wanted to deport her and all this kind of thing. And here he come with this googly gawk. Googly gawk.
African purposes, because I need to know if she identifies with the oppressed black people of Trinidad and Tobago.
He wants to know if she identifies with the oppressed black people.
Who are being oppressed by who? East Indians.
You mean oppressed by the PNM? That's what you mean. That is what you mean. You see? That's how you get it totally wrong. Totally wrong. Totally wrong. Anyway, let me continue.
Remember, Art, when the white man left the Caribbean.
Yo, listen to this, Listen to this one, Listen to this one. Listen to this one. Listen to this one.
Minaj identifies as an East Indian or an African. That's not just for American African purposes, Art. That's for Trinidadian African purposes, because I need to know if she identifies with the oppressed black people of Trinidad and Tobago, who are being oppressed by who? East Indians. Remember, Art, when the white man left the Caribbean, he put the East Indians in charge. When the white man left the Caribbean to make sure black people would never get sole control of their island, he left East Indians in charge and he left Chinese in charge.
Where did he get that from, Tommy?
Misinformed again.
Dr. Umar, where did you get that from? Where did you come up with that? Lord have his mercy, boy.
I want to know if that happened in Jamaica, Barbados, Grenada, St. Vincent, St. Kitts, Nevis, Dominica. I want to know where did that happen? It happened in where? Tell us.
No, he didn't tell us none of that. He didn't tell us anything. Let me continue to listen.
And if you go to almost any Caribbean island today, you will find that either the East Indians or the Chinese.
You go to any, you man didn't say if you go to any Caribbean island. I went to quite a few of them, and Dr. Johnson, you should be ashamed of yourself. You should be. And you know what? And I said this in the editorial. He owes Trinidad and Tobago an apology. He owes them an apology.
Are doing better than black people, even if there's more black people on the island. Trinidad and Tobago is unique because you have just as much East Indians as you have Africans. So I need to know if Nicki Minaj stands with the East Indians of Trinidad and Tobago who are oppressing our brothers and sisters on that island, or does she stand with her Trinidadian African brothers and sisters, as
Dr.
do I?
Umar Johnson's Trinidad and Tobago claims. Why his baseless allegations about Indian oppression and divisive rhetoric deserve condemnation and apology. An editorial by Professor Wall Street. Dr. Umar Johnson's recent video statement about Trinidad and Tobago contains a series of demonstrably false claims, dangerous divisive rhetoric, and baseless allegations that deserve thorough fact-checking and condemnation. His assertions that East Indians were left in charge when white colonizers departed, that East Indians control the entire infrastructure, that Indians are oppressing black people, and his questioning of Nicki Minaj's ethnic loyalty represents irresponsible clickbait designed to generate controversy, while fundamentally misrepresenting Trinidad and Tobago's reality. Most alarmingly, Dr. Johnson appears to suggest potential for race war in Trinidad and Tobago without providing any empirical evidence to support such inflammatory claims. This represents dangerous, divisive rhetoric that could actually contribute to ethnic tensions in a country that has successfully maintained multi-ethnic democracy for over 6 decades, despite imperfections. Dr. Johnson owes the people of Trinidad and Tobago, both African and Indian descended citizens, a sincere apology for attempting to divide the country with false narrative reminiscent of the PNM's worst ethnic politicking. His video represents everything wrong with outside commentators imposing American racial frameworks on Caribbean contexts they don't understand. ignoring documented facts, and promoting divisive narratives for clicks and controversy. Trinidad and Tobago deserves better than this irresponsible, fact-free fear-mongering from someone who apparently knows little about the country's actual history, demographics, political reality, or social dynamics. Here are 10 reasons why Dr. Umar Johnson is dangerously wrong about Trinidad and Tobago. 1. White man left East Indians in charge is absolutely false. Dr. Johnson's central claim. When the white man left the Caribbean to make sure black people would never get sole control of their island, he left East Indians in charge represents stunning historical ignorance or deliberate falsehood. Actual historical facts. Trinidad and Tobago gained independence from Britain in 1962. The first Prime Minister was Dr. Eric Williams, an African Trinidadian. Dr. Williams led the People's National Movement, PNM, a party with predominantly African Trinidadian support base. The PNM governed from independence, 1962, until 1986, 24 consecutive years. No Indian-led government existed until 1995, 33 years after independence. The first Indian Prime Minister was Basdeo Pandey, 1995 to 2001. Britain did not leave East Indians in charge. They left Dr. Eric Williams and the PNM in charge, who governed for the first 24 years of independence. This documented historical fact completely refutes Dr. Johnson's claim and exposes either his ignorance of Trinidad's history or his willingness to invent false narratives. 2.
No audio.
COP, good afternoon. I get my phone hacked this morning and it was so fast, so I also used this other phone. But I was listening to the program in and out, and I just wanted to draw some conclusion. As a previous caller, the issues that we had under the PNM, and I didn't get to listen to the guy you had, it was Migo, who you had as a guest this morning.
Shane Mohammed, Dr. Shane Mohammed.
Yes, Shane Mohammed. I was on a program and he was on last year. I think this is the second or third time he was on a program. But I want to know from you all where you all sit, right? I mean, watching, we are seeing, I don't know if you want to see that, but I can see the PNM trying to gain a kind of leverage, right? And according to what results that come out tomorrow, I think that was part of the discussion. They will know what footing they will into the local and also the local election, general election in Trinidad, right? And from where you all sit, what is all your perspective on that? Because what in the East Coast corridor, right? Right from the East Coast corridor, I was a part of change because the PNM wasn't doing nothing in the East Coast corridor, right? And why wanted that change? So I go along the change, right? And change is something people have to accept. Yeah. I always see it, in my own opinion, you have certain challenges that people are not accepting, right? But in the East-West corridor, we're not seeing a level of moving everybody win, right? And I don't want to go with the content creator. I'm not at that level. I'm talking about services.
Carnage, can I ask you a question? Carnage.
Yeah.
How long the government been in power?
8 months.
Carnage, how long the PNM was in power? How long the last PNM government
was in power? Let me answer, I want to comment that for 10 years. And this is the narrative, right?
But that is not a narrative, Carnage. That's not a narrative, that's a fact. That's a fact.
But you need to wait and I finish going on the road.
No, I hear you.
The same thing going on.
Go ahead.
The same thing going on with the content creators and them.
Yeah.
Right? When you make a statement, and I shock it is coming from you because you don't wait to finish where the level and what is the perspective.
No, but I just asked you a question.
Well, it don't show me off already because the same thing the content creators and them
I apologize.
on social media. When you make an issue, when you make an issue, this is the same rhetoric they're coming with. So you mustn't say anything. You understand? What Oli was doing for the past 9 years. What have I experienced in these 9 years? I need to see some level of difference. I had a water problem for 10 years in Carolina. I called on you. You were shocked to know that I think it was on your program.
Yeah, you did.
That people in Scorpion still dependent on river water.
Yeah,
right?
you did. You did.
Right?
You did.
Water is a basic necessity.
Okay.
I got to wait a government to have 5 or 6 years to give you a different flow, because I think I call on your program and I tell you, within days, let me move away because the next phone now is this one.
Yeah.
Within days, we see a level of supply that we never saw before.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
So that means the service supposed to be going back to the same level. Right? And it's very difficult for me to call on a program and highlight this issue because I know the narrative is going on. So my point is that this, right? What I said, my point was getting that we're not seeing the level that the work that the East Coast corridor was about that, right? Within the campaign, right? They're saying that they was making the East Coast corridor a manufacture hub, right? Where's all this talk? Where are we not hearing this kind of conversation again? I had a problem. I don't know if I talked to you about the fisheries and Shagamas because my political activism against the PNM, they refused me from getting a fishery boot, right? So if I have I come from the oil and gas company, you know. I am part of a company in the oil and gas. After the election, within a month, I write letter to meet the minister. And after no, I can't get a letter. I can't get a meeting to highlight issues that what we faced for the past 5 years. So where this transformation has changed. And when I think one of the guys this more that are caring government. Some people are facing the same thing under the PNM government, and it's basic things. We're not supposed to be having that problem. We have wells in Sharamas. So my general statement is this: some people are reflecting, and I have a government who is about country. I don't hold allegiance to no political party and go down the direction that I think I tell you where I come from. I come from the movement of social justice, but I work with the UNC. With my activism, the problem was always to get PNM out of Carnage, right? And they were Martin West, right? And we share that bond. The problem was PNM, right? So I hate the fact, you know, when you think how long in office, and I seen that across the board. Right, basic necessities, we are still having the same problem in the East-West corridor.
Thank you.
We're picking up that challenge.
Thank you.
Yeah, man, program as always.
All right, yeah, man. You see, I have to tell you, let me remove this from me. I have to tell you that people are allowing the propaganda of the PNM
to prevail.
Yep.
And they will continue spreading the propaganda.
Yeah.
And feel it's okay.
Yep. Let me take this call. Brooklyn, welcome.
Good afternoon to you all. Uncle Tommy, COP. Good afternoon to all of you.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon, sir.
I want to start by saying this, right?
Yeah.
Whenever anybody come and say that they're not seeing what the UNC, they're not hearing or seeing the things that the UNC say that we were supposed to do, instead of telling them that the UNC only did 8 months, because they know the UNC only did 8 months. What you want to tell them is what magic, or they want the UNC to come and work in a country that was I don't know if I could use the R word, but the raid, I will say raid, but it's really the other word I want to say. They raid everything, they leave nothing. Whenever the UNC go in the parliament and say they're going to do anything, where's the first thing the PNM ministers to say? Where they getting the money from? And that's what they say. So why the public and listen to the PNM? Because it's only UNC PNM, you know. So if the PNM is in parliament saying big and bold
All they're doing this, all they're promising this way, all they get the money from. Isn't that the answer to these people's question in what they want the UNC to do if they want Ms. Kamala Prasad and the party to say abracadabra and make it happen? Because I can remember when A.N.R. Robinson came in, it was the same situation. Exactly what I'm hearing right now in the first 8 months is the same situation A.N.R. Robinson was facing when he had to fight to try to make the country stay on a float and he take away certain things. Yes, just so the UNC cancel all these CFF contracts and contractors who was thieving and they done with European, they done with all these things because these things had a lot of only watching on these small man on the ground saying hungry now and but they was getting the dust and the millions and millions of dollars that was coming out of those programs. The poor people that all they're talking about unemployed and doing, they were getting the dust. When I say the dust, it could be these city crumbs and the money that the millions and billions of dollars was going with, especially in the last 9.5 years. Billions. And if I don't know what that $1 billion is, well, they will understand the seriousness of what the country is facing. Because, yes, I understand that you see things happening and people who we would say didn't support the UNC, they're showing off all over social media saying how they living good and we know that they just jump on, yes. But I am saying, if you are a true UNC supporter, you will understand what is taking place in the country. I watched a video the other day, and I saw the ministers and them like a gathering of Ms. Kamala Prasad and some other ministers, and they wasn't looking too happy. They wasn't looking too happy because they know to themselves that they want to do more, but they can't. And I just go and do like the PNM and borrow 40 million here, 2 billion here, and borrow because the PNM didn't leave no room, no space for any borrowing again. The PNM in the last 9.5 years, they borrow everything from everywhere. Our country cannot borrow anything. So what do they expect the UNC government to do in 8 months? Make a magic? Or I continue to say, I give the government 2 years. I think if only going through stress, or they went through stress for 9 years and only live, 2 years is not going to kill all if they're truly UNC. Or 2 years is not going to hurt. But you see, after 2 years, if I see no kind of changes, because the government are doing things in order to bring changes within a few months to come. That's why you see the thing that is doing now that everybody quarreling about is things that is going to make changes or they understand what's going on, right? And I want to say this, right? Now to this doctor, whoever he named, I always hear him on these things, right? But I always know he was a liar because I always listen to these fellas, But now when you see he touch home and he could lie like him, I believe when Penny came up, when Kamala Prasad came up here, when she came to speak with the whole government thing up here, I believe when Penny was speaking, he had an interview with Penny, and I feel Penny tell him to go and make a video because he have how much viewers and followers. Go and make a video and lie on Trinidad and Tobago and include Nicki Minaj's name in it because if you include she, you'll get more people. The story will spread faster because she's famous. That's what really happening. That's what really happening. Penny and he had some type of secret meeting because as soon as I never see you do no video in all my life. I see you on social media. He do video on Africa, America. I see all kind of thing on the church, on religion. That man never do nothing on Trinidad and Tobago. As soon as Penny come here and go back to Trinidad, that man doing thing on Trinidad and Tobago. So I believe Penny has something to do with that propaganda that is Dr. Umar or whoever Johnson, whoever the hell his name is. Penny has something to do with that broadcast. So again, people, please understand what's going on. The government is dealing with a situation that is terrifying, and they are still trying to keep the country on a certain float because trust me, if all you push the government hand too much, the leader is only one person. She's going down in age. She could say, you know what? To hell with everything they want. Let me go to the IMF and then they're going to say the PNM. Oh God, the UNC take the country to the IMF. When this guy's out there, that's the trap you set when they get kicked out of office to force the UNC into going to the IMF. And if the PNM leave that trap and the
the people, the citizens, are questioning the government there, or they will get the answer they're really looking for.
Thank
So
you.
be careful.
Thank
all
you.
right?
Yeah, man.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
And Wall Street. And Wall Street.
Mr. Intellectual, hold on.
If they did, if with Coroner's contribution, what you fighting today for? If they did leave the People's Partnership in 2015, today they would not be going through that predicament because they keep the country 10 years backward and 10 years and no development. Don't put all yourself in disaster and problem and then after expect the government to fix it in 8 months' time. Don't do that.
Folks, put your closing comments, your closing quotes, and send your closing voice notes in the chat. Mr. Intellectual, welcome.
Good afternoon, Pro.
Good afternoon.
COP and everybody on the line.
Same to you.
Mr. Intellectual, good evening.
Yeah.
Let me start with this Mr. Johnson or whatever they call him.
Dr. Umar Johnson.
They shouldn't even call him doctor.
No, he's a doctor.
You see them kind of dunce on them that they just bring on these social media business handle. It's about time we find some way how to get rid of these kind of characters on them. These people are just naturally sick. So leave here alone. Let me just say something to Mr. Karanaj. You want the MP from somewhere else to come inside by your area, right? And fix your area. When you have an MP there, your community decide that they don't want help from outside. They want the PNM to assist them. That's why they vote for a PNM man, right? He want them to come inside, to help PNM. I understand you might be voting for UNC, but you have to understand that the first person you have to deal with is your representative. And then you go outside, and then you make noise. If your representative not representing you, you're supposed to highlight that first and foremost. Whoever is your representative, and I want to believe is the Indian God, hands. Well, you should be talking to he first. And when you're finished and he didn't respond to you, then you could deal with the people on the outside. He's supposed to be providing your needs because he said that he could represent all you. And he could deal with the needs of the community. If you have any sense, or the people in that area have any sense, they could do like in 2012, or 2010, and vote back somebody who conscious enough to give all the wall in it. Have a blessed afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you.
Take 10 out of 10. Take 10 out of 10.
Hold on, let me see this.
Professor Walshit, why I say he shouldn't even be a doctor? You tell me he classifies himself as a doctor and he do a little research and say when the white man leave this country, why it was Eric William take over?
Nah,
he do a little research. So why should I classify him as a doctor?
You don't do no research? You don't do no research?
And he see the PNM, he see the PNM conference for 35 years straight, Eric William, he ruled this country for 35 years straight,
Yeah.
You say Eric William create Karen in 1975 Limited. He say the PNM what give the Eastern Union and them all them business and doctors and lawyers and then give them the opportunity. If he did come things with things like that, I would have say he talking about some kind of truth. Because why is the PNM was in power? Eastern Union people get opportunities. Under the PNM is only the Africans that get no opportunities. And they stay back to fully prison, to fully madhouse, for Raymond Yard to be full, and for the white man to get the contract to wash, cook, and clean for them and transport them.
Well, hold on, I have a voice note here. I'm going to play this voice note. Voice note. see your voice now. Hold on, let me play his voice now. Let me take Carnage go. Carnage, welcome. Carnage.
So we can recall us fresh because I just want to clear something.
Go ahead now. Go ahead.
I mean, my message come across the way of my octave song, but I just want to clear something.
Yeah.
But people getting tired. But seeing the messages on the social media is again. I know about that. I have
Go ahead, Carnage.
Well, I'll make my comment. Don't wait long. I'll follow you on my after.
Go ahead and make a comment. Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, because again, so I just want to draw. One person said that I want to make the MP come in, right? I work with right now I'm involved of bringing out a solution to capture this local government election. So I say don't have any discussion. Understand? So why I saying for we to gain ground, it has a certain level of things that we're supposed to put in the public domain, not in the public domain, it's in the community. So we will gain a form of traction, right? We're not supposed to be experiencing this because the MP, all you think one of the guys saying they're going to the MP, I'm an activist in Carnage, I'm an activist. I know what to do and what not to do. So this narrative they want to bring, but in one of your callers, by Abdullah forward, but Abdullah was on your program, and most of your callers and them with the petrol changing, bringing all the information was they appreciated. So when anytime you say something, they always want to label what is and what is. Understand, big man? I get fed up at this thing. In Carnage, in Carnage is to get the local election. We need to see PNM go, right? And there's certain things we have to do to make sure that happens. When I talk on behalf of me alone, I talk about the constituency. You understand? I talk about the constituency and the issues that people are facing, right? And what the PNM is doing, they will like.
Carnage. All right, Carnage got next call. Carnage, you got next call. I'm going to play this voice now.
Somehow I'm not seeing him becoming clear. I see there's a shadow where he seems like a ghost, But I just came back from a funeral. My sister passed away yesterday. We went to bury her, and I know people have not joined the program. I hope it was good today.
Auntie Williams, condolences to you and the family. I have a next voice note. Let me play this one.
Good afternoon, Mr. Washington. Good to me and COP. Mr. Washington, when we say that the UNC government is in power 8 months now, we have to also remember that last year's budget wasn't their budget, right? And most of those allocation was already used up before the January election was called on April, right? So now we have to look at January, the UNC budget going forward, right? What they will do with their budget money, right? We just in the first month of their budget, that we pull out the strain and see what we're going.
Thank you. Folks, it's Sunday Talk. Let's talk politics with Uncle Tommy, Professor Wall Street, COP, and you on WZY 95.9 FM. We come to you every Sunday from 1 to 4 p.m. That's every Sunday from 1 to 4 p.m. Don't forget, folks, whenever you join us, share the live. WZY 95.9 FM on Facebook. Subscribe. WZY TV on YouTube. We're going to take that break and we'll be right back. Don't go nowhere.
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio. WZYE 95.9 FM.
That the PNM has found itself in, as the gentleman would have said rightly,
Dr. Eric Williams, many years ago, said that every single member of the PNM is a propagandist of the PNM. And one of the first things I will do as your new chairman is to ensure that the propagandists of the PNM must be deployed on every nook and every cranny of this country, and we will chase them away on social media, and that the gospel of the PNM must be known to every single citizen of this country.
Remember to take the gospel of the PNM and to spread it in your homes, your villages, in your offices, and throughout the length and breadth of Trinidad and Tobago.
We are back with you. It's Sunday Talk. Let's talk politics with Uncle Tommy, Professor Wall Street, COPNU, and WZY 95.9 FM. We come to you every Sunday from 1 to 4 p.m. That's every Sunday from 1 to 4 p.m. Well, I don't know what to say.
Professor Wall Street, she said that with confidence over there, no?
Confidence, yeah, confidence.
Yeah, spread the gospel of the PNM.
Yeah.
All in your office. Put out your churn if there's no PNM. Something wrong with you. Something wrong with you. We in Trinidad and Tobago will ensure that the PNM dead. We must be saying condolences to the PNM.
Okay.
But Wall Street, you can show that clip to show what's taking place in Tobago right now with the TTP.
Yeah, I don't download it.
Oh.
Yeah. Let me just get the audio.
And citizens of Tobago, all you have a responsibility to go out tomorrow and support Fali organization. You have a responsibility. You have to look at all the denial and the past history of violent behavior and representation come from the PNM. Move away from the PNM. And it's time for you to support the TPP. That is the political party of the future. When you see all those little children, when the Prime Minister come in Tobago and you see all those little children, nearly all those schools come out to meet the Honorable Prime Minister, hug she up, cry, tears come out of the eyes, tears come out of the Prime Minister's eye. That is the future of Tobago. That is why all you have to go out and vote for the TPP. To represent you all, to give you all opportunity, to give your children a future. All them children in Tobago getting laptop too. The same thing those children in Tobago get is the same thing these children in Tobago children getting.
Well, COP, I tell you, Mr. Carnage, I don't know what to say now.
Carnage had to take his licks. They make the mistake. You made your mistake. Now you got to pay the price. You made a mistake.
Yes,
You have made a mistake for years. I can understand what you're saying. People must speak about the things that affect them in the community. But you can't watch. You have plenty work. Carnage, for not to hit you have plenty work to do in Carnage. You have to mobilize the people and them to move away from the PNM area. Because trust me, man, Murilal can't go and do the work for the MP in your area.
Here's the video that you want me to play.
TPP is the code. TPP is the code. TPP is the code. Don't know TPP is the code. And it's when you hear the horn song, all about the TPP should have been all about the TPP should all about.
Alistair, welcome.
Yeah, good afternoon, Professor Wall Street, Dr. Tommy, and COP.
Good afternoon.
I know you're right?
Yeah.
So I didn't hear about the fraud. You all wouldn't have that segment this afternoon.
Yeah, no, we have fraud of the week. We go get the final score just now. Yeah, we already have fraud of the week.
All right, so my fraud of the week will be the Tobago PNM because their campaign was on the radar, which didn't make no sense at all.
We don't got one day. Tobago PNM.
Yeah. Right, so as you all about to close, I have much to say, so I'll call another time, right?
Thank you. All right. We don't want for the Tobago PNM. All right. COP, give me the results there. Hold on. Wait. 1 minute. 1 minute. Just a minute. Hold on.
Fraud. Coming up next, fraud of the week.
Go ahead, COP.
Ulrich get 12. Ulrich get 12. Ulrich get 12. Who was the next name? Ansel get 2.
NIB
get 1.
Mm-hmm.
And this last one over there, Ansel, PNM in Tobago get 1. So far the fraud of the week is Ulrich. Congratulations, Ulrich. You have 1.
Fraud. Coming up next, fraud of the week.
Congratulations, Ulrich. You have one fraud of the week.
Ulrich,
you get 10 out of 10 from me.
Yeah, Ulrich, you know, and Gordon Gangachana, Jajan Joseph are the only 2 members of the chat so far to have gotten fraud of the week.
And fighting for hat trick.
And not only that, Ulrich also was on Sunday. Ulrich received
Duncy's move of the week.
Today's Sunday.
No, Thursday. From Thursday.
Right.
Let me see which one out of the 2 of them go down and get a hat trick.
Yeah. Now the hat trick is either Ulrich or Gordon Gangachana, Jajan Joseph to get a hat trick for fraud of the week, or
Duncy's move of the week.
If I had to bet, I bet on Ulrich.
KFC sent a voicemail.
And you see one of them editorials you just be doing? I feel Professor Wall Street, you really need to answer back the so-called man who call him a doctor. I feel you really need to do an editorial to answer him back. Because
answer him.
That statement, yes, you answer him, but you answer him the right way.
No,
answer him the right way.
You gotta listen to the whole thing.
I listen to the whole thing. I play the whole thing. The whole thing is like 20 minutes, man.
Yeah. For a man and you see where you bring in the Mr. Man, you hear what Donald Trump say? A boy is a boy and a girl is a girl. It's a 2 agenda, right? You're coming down on Nicki Minaj now? Because Nicki Minaj walk away and say, well, all right, yes, a boy is a boy and a girl is a girl, and she's siding with Trump's side. What you are? What you are, doctor? A boy or a girl? Because I know everybody fighting on Trump. I know what they are, and I believe it now, you know? And I understand it now, you know? Carry all your name, all your parents give you. If your parents name you Josh, and your Josh is a boy, he's a blasted boy, Josh. If she name you Camille, it's because he's a girl. Let's stop that stupidness. Stop that stupid thinking, eh?
I have a voice note from KFC. You want to hear it?
Yeah, play voice note.
Let's play it.
Good afternoon, Professor Washut, Uncle Tommy, and COP. Washut, don't be later. Just tell me from talking for equal rights and justice. And state what's going on with me right now. I watching and seeing about me, you know, high class wickedness, you know. There's black smoke going on me, you know. Because I come out and crying out for opportunities and betterment. People take everything as an minister to their own benefit and try to victimize me. I remember the headquarters today to see my bully MP. The MP watch me I don't know if I was smelling bad or what, and jump in the cheap van, and boy, she go call me and tell her, man, my thing so and so for Christmas, the while I walk with a light up, team call and say, himself, the little food carry out to the children Christmas Day. Then fall, then give me a little food card. You know, for no food card and out, you know, I have an opportunity that better like everybody. And they must have a kilo here into them. You eat them for a time, and you're for them. You know, so that pasta you eat and drink.
All right, that's it for that.
Okay. KFC, you and your minister had to work out all your internal affairs off the air. And you have to go in and talk them thing in the office with your MP. That thing is not for the air.
Here's my closing comment.
There are only 3 types of people in your life. Knowing the difference will save you years of pain, confusion, and wasted loyalty. 1. Leaf people. They come for a season. They take what they need. Support, energy, comfort, and disappear the moment life gets cold or the wind changes. They were never meant to stay. Their purpose is temporary. 2. Branch people. They're stronger than leaves, but still fragile. They may support you for a while, but before you place your full weight on them, test them. When pressure comes, many branches snap, not from malice, but from lack of strength. 3. Root people. These are rare. They don't seek attention. They don't leave when things get hard. They hold you steady in storms and help you grow without asking for credit. They love you as you are and stand firm beneath you. And here comes the most important part. Don't get angry at leaves. Don't depend blindly on branches. Learn to recognize roots and protect them at all costs.
From where I sit, this is it. Clock on the wall said all I like to say what I've got to go. Remember, hard work beats talent when talent does not work hard. And for every 60 seconds of anger, you lose 1 minute of happiness. Remember, your circumstances may determine who you are, but you are responsible for who you become. Let me repeat that. Your circumstances may determine who you are, but you are responsible for who you become. Go ahead, COP.
Trinidad and Tobago, think positive and don't be negative. Be cool, calm, and collective. And all the citizens in Tobago, all you go out and vote for Fali tomorrow. Ensure that the PDP, not the PDP, TPP, win that election tomorrow. All you have a responsibility to ensure the TPP win that Tobago election tomorrow. That is my closing comment.
Go ahead, Tommy.
John Holmes says, there is no exercise better for the heart than reaching down and lifting people up. Like I always say, never look down on a person unless you are giving them a hand up. And I also say that you, the man in the mirror, you have to become that change you want to see. However, if you're looking at the mirror and you don't like what you see, you cannot blame the mirror. Love you all. Be safe out there. We'll see each other tomorrow evening, God willing. Till then, good night.
Uncle Tommy, who said that? John Holmes?
Yep.
John Holmes was a dread man in movie a long time, you know.
Let me see.
Where's that? Andy Williams banned KFC from using his name on the ground report. Andy tell him KFC don't sponsor nothing. So
Oh God.
Andy Williams changed his name from KFC to Triple J.
That's what you do.
Triple J.
All right, folks. I ain't see no closing comments. I ain't see no closing quotes in the chat. We're gonna go out with this calypso tonight. We're going out with our calypso tonight. A big calypso. A big calypso we're going out with tonight. Let me see what it is.
Uncle Tommy, have a good evening, Uncle Tommy, Professor Walshit, you and the family, and all our listeners and viewers and supporters of WZYE. All have a good evening, Think
Thank
positive.
you. Thank you, and the same to you.
You see y'all. We're going out with this calypso. Take care. See y'all tomorrow.
Love.
Same WZYE time, same WZYE channel. Later.
Should break out, but you tell me what the hell carry comfort. not artificial